इंडियन फॉरेन पॉलिसी का मतलब होता है एक फॉरेन पॉलिसी जो अपने मुल्क की इंटरेस्ट को आगे रखती है। तो ये जो साजिश है, ये इंशाल्लाह मैंने मेंशन किया कि मेरे पास डॉक्यूमेंट है। वो आज डॉक्यूमेंट मैं सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट को अब दिखाऊंगा। लोग समझते हैं ना जी कि कोई ड्रामा हो रहा है, ये ड्रामा नहीं हो रहा। हम सिर्फ ये देख रहे थे कि हम अपने मुल्क के इंटरेस्ट को प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए हम वो पूरी तरह लोगों को बता नहीं सकते।
Is this drama or not? What is really going on in the mind of Imran Khan? 6:30 India time is when he's supposed to address the people of Pakistan. Zaka Jacob is now in the studio to take you through all that is happening in the neighboring country.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. It's game over for Imran Khan. He has run out of support from all of his allies, and even some members of his own party have ditched the Kaptan. The final straw was the fallout with the army, trying to appoint his own man as the army chief. But Imran is not going down without a fight. He says there's a letter which, according to him, is proof that there is a foreign conspiracy to oust him. Is it time that Imran Khan read the writing on the wall? His time is up. Has the Kaptan been clean bowled by the opposition? No Pakistan Prime Minister has completed 5 years in office. And Imran Khan is not about to change that infamous statistic. He has lost majority after a key ally, the Muttahida Qawmi movement, struck a deal with the opposition.
आज वो इस्तीफा देकर एक नई रीत कायम करें और रवायत कायम करें.
This development comes ahead of a crucial vote on the no confidence motion against Imran Khan.
इमरान खान अपना अक्सरियत खो चुका है, मगर वजीर आजम साहब के पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं रहा. इमरान मुकाबला करो.
Pakistan's economic mess is not the only factor that worked against Imran Khan.
बुज़दिल है इमरान, बुज़दिल भाग रहा है.
अब इस हुकूमत के खात्मे का
All his chips are down. The opposition has come together like never before. Lawmakers from his own party are revolting against him, and he no longer has the backing of the all-powerful army. But a cornered Imran Khan's only defense is that foreign powers are conspiring to topple his government.
बाहर के लोगों को आदत नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान में ऐसी लीडरशिप हो जो अपने मुल्क के मफादात को आगे रखे। तो ये जो साजिश है, ये इंशाल्लाह मैंने मेंशन किया।
Imran Khan was elected in 2018 with only a slender majority, but he was extremely popular with his promise of a Naya Pakistan. Ultimately, his militant, anti-West rhetoric was not enough to keep him in power.
Pakistan has the cup. He would begrudge Imran his moment.
Quite a fall from grace for a man who led Pakistan to its first World Cup win over 30 years ago. Quite a fall indeed. Exactly 30 years after Imran Khan led Pakistan to the World Cup victory, he's now facing the ignominy of losing the kursi, as it were. Let me now bring you up to speed with the numbers game, because it's the numbers game where Imran Khan has completely lost out. Remember, he was hanging on to a very slender majority. The ruling alliance used to have, prior to this crisis of the last few weeks, 178 members. The opposition had only 163. The majority mark, of course, is 172. But what changed in the last few days? First, you had the PMLQ expressing doubt about his leadership. And then, in the last 24 hours, the MQM, a party based out of Karachi, are completely doing a volte-face and jumping ship to the opposition side. So the opposition numbers have gone up to 180. Imran Khan is left with just 161. The halfway mark is 172. He clearly is well short of that halfway mark, and that's how he has lost support from his major allies, the BAP first, then the PMLQ, and now, of course, the latest being the MQM, which was the final nail in the coffin. We're getting a piece of breaking news. I want to go across to that. Imran Khan is still defiant. He's now decided to summon an in-camera meeting of the National Security Committee. This is the highest decision-making body when it comes to national security affairs in Pakistan. This is going to be in camera, which means that this could possibly be telecast across television channels in Pakistan and around the world. We're also given to understand that this conspiracy letter that Imran Khan keeps talking about has already been sealed as per the Official Secrets Act. So the contents of that letter cannot be revealed to the general public. Let me now go across and open this up to our guests. Is the writing on the wall now for Imran Khan? Should he rather quit in some amount of grace with an honorable exit? Or should he, as his supporters are making out to be, face the ignominy of the trust vote where the numbers are clearly stacked up against him? Dr. Ashok Behuria is fellow with the IDSA, South Asia expert, joining us. Ambassador Anil Triguniat, former diplomat. Mona Alam, senior journalist, is also on the broadcast. And Manoj Joshi, distinguished fellow with ORF. Mona, let me start with you. The latest piece of news that we're getting, that Imran Khan has called for an in-camera meeting of the National Security Committee. Will this happen at all? And how will it work? Because I'm given to understand that the contents of this letter are already covered under the OSA. Therefore, they cannot be made public. So how is this going to work?
Thank you. I think the in-camera meeting here in Pakistan implies that whatever will be discussed in that meeting would remain secret and wouldn't be leaked out by any participants of that meeting. So, even if the letter is sealed, which is true according to the National Security Act of Pakistan, still it can be discussed and it may be discussed. It is most likely to be discussed in this NSC meeting that has been summoned. And just prior to this decision, we saw that Prime Minister Imran Khan had also met DG ISI as well as the Chief of Army Staff. And he's been wanting institutions of Pakistan to actually look into the contents of this particular letter.
No, but if he is saying, and he's hanging on to power with this ruse of this letter, this so-called foreign conspiracy, why doesn't he make it public? Why doesn't he tell the people of Pakistan that these are the foreign powers out to get me? What's the great secrecy about this?
Look, I think it will cost Pakistan dearly if any such letter. I do not know because they had actually called a meeting. I was invited to that meeting, but then they've postponed it. The one with the journalists, where they said that they're going to reveal this letter.
Okay.
But so far we are not privy to the details of this letter. But I think it will cost Pakistan dearly. If any such letter
isn't it clear, Mona, that this letter is merely an excuse? I want to ask Manoj Joshi this as well. The fact of the matter is that Imran Khan does not have the numbers. The BAP, the MQM, the PMLQ, one by one, his allies have deserted him. And that's the cold truth that's staring him in the face. Now, you can call this letter a distraction or a diversionary tactic or what have you. Fact is, those numbers are not going to change between now and whenever the no-confidence motion gets taken up for vote.
I think that's the issue, because I think, when you say letter, conspiracy, etc., that doesn't sound very credible. Meaning, people don't write letters, that can
exactly
bring down governments, and that, where conspiracies occur, you don't have diaries and letters which the police often turn up with. So I think it is the question of numbers, and I think the writing has been on the wall for a couple of months now, meaning it's not something which has happened overnight. The estrangement with the army began at the time when Nadeem Anjum was being appointed DG ISI. So essentially, earlier it was said that Imran had come to power with the blessings of the army, but I think the army neutrality has more or less sealed his fate.
Okay.
So because in the Pakistani system, it's not 50-50, it's not 30-40, it's about 60-40. The army holds the key power, and especially when it comes to national security issues, it is the army which is the decisive factor.
Okay.
And I think army has basically decided on neutrality, and I think they think that they can no longer do business with
Imran Khan.
Imran Khan.
Ambassador Triguniat, the army is one part of it, and I'll get to it in 1 second. But more importantly, you know, look at the promise with which he came to power. Here's a man who came to power saying he'll build a Naya Pakistan, he'll rid Pakistan of the legacy issues of corruption, economic woes, and so on and so forth. Today, Pakistan's economy is smaller than that of Bangladesh. The Pakistani currency has lost 50% of its value in the last 4 years that Mr. Khan has been in power. At the end of the day, those nuts and bolts issues, those livelihood issues, the ordinary Pakistani is seething under double-digit inflation. It is that which is costing Imran Khan his job.
Yes, Dr. This is absolutely right. I mean, on the ground, he has not been able to perform or deliver what he had promised. On the contrary, the situation has become much worse. Of course, to a great extent, even pandemic has to be basically apportioned the blame to.
Sure.
But at the same time, overall, internationally, what he has done, he has not been able to keep up to the relationships. He has tried to play a card and the divisiveness in the Islamic world by going along for the new kind of Islamic bloc with Turkey and all. So in the process, he has basically integrated the Saudis, the Emiratis and others. So those were his benefactors. Now he was exclusively dependent on China all this while. Even yesterday, or I think the Pakistan government has asked for deferment of the $4.2 billion again. So this is something that his situation is extremely bad, and as the statistics you mentioned, are obviously very, very relevant for an ordinary Pakistani. So that's totally different chances. But at the same time, in a democracy of whatever kind, I mean, it is an establishmentarian democracy, I would say. So as long as General Bajwa was happy with him, it was okay. But when the chips fell down, he's out of favor. And obviously he has to go. This has been the history of Pakistan, unfortunately. But that's what it is. That is how it is going to be.
So what exactly went wrong then? I want to ask Dr. Bahuria, what exactly went wrong between General Bajwa and Imran Khan? Because when he came to power in 2018, he was known as the army's darling child. He was thought of as the product of the army. In fact, many at that time said, you know, the wafer-thin majority that he had with all these allies cobbled together, many said it's the army that managed all of that. So what went wrong? Is it just the appointment of the DGISI, or is it more than that? Has it become an ego fight between General Bajwa on the one hand and Imran Khan on the other, and neither man willing to relent?
I think we should resist the temptation to overinterpret the differences between Imran Khan and Mr. Bajwa. I think there are other political dynamics in Pakistan. It also has an autonomy of its own. And it has unfolded in a manner that, you know, even Bajwa hasn't been able to control it. So in that sense, I would not say that it's because of the economy or it is because of Imran Khan not running his foreign policy well that he has been asked to go or he's going out. I think the constellation of forces against him was of a particular order at the moment. And you get to hear, because Islamabad, I consider, is the rumor capital of the world. And the rumors from Islamabad, which filter in, they compel you to believe that the army is no longer solidly behind Imran Khan, and there's a section within the army which are averse to working with Imran Khan anymore.
But Dr. Bahuria, he came to power railing and ranting against these very same forces, saying, you know, 30 years, you've had alternate governments of PPP and PMLN. We need to get rid of this system. Everybody is corrupt, sab mile hue hain. And that's how he won. So what changed in the last 4 years? Now those same characters are all coming together. PMLN, PMLQ, MQM, PPP, they're all coming together. So what went wrong then?
The only thing different today is, you know, because of the Mahangai March you had, that economic downturn that was there because of pandemic, because of mishandling of economic issues. All these things might have added to his unpopularity amongst the political elite.
Okay.
But if you looked at the Jalsa that he had
on Sunday,
2-3 days back, you will feel that, you know, he still commands popular support. It's not that Imran Khan is without popular support.
Okay.
And if they are going for an election tomorrow, it will be a tight finish again.
Okay, we don't know that. We don't know that. Let's see if and when that happens. But I also want to get another piece of breaking news. This is again, it's very interesting because on the one hand, it's very, very clear that the numbers are stacking up against Imran Khan. He simply has no chance of reversing that trend. But his party, the Tehreek-e-Insaf, is remaining defiant. Everyone from Fawad Chaudhry downwards is saying that Imran Khan will play till the very last ball and that he will not offer his resignation. The latest is one of his closest advisors, Neelam Sheikh. Let's listen in, and then I'll get Mona to react to that.
He is a prime minister, elected prime minister, and he's a cricket champion also. And he will play till his last ball. And rest of the people who are just trying to bother him, they will be last man, no play. So inshallah, Imran is going to be a future prime minister for next decades, inshallah. Past 2 weeks back, People's Party, they sent rallies of land cruisers full of cash, and they delivered to our members, parliamentarians, but they refused to take, and they're back with us. And today, media news about MQM, it's all false. You will see, inshallah, tonight Imran Khan is going to do a speech, and he will come on media, and he will talk about what's going on.
Mona, explain this to us. That was Neelam Irshad Sheikh. We had Fawad Chaudhry some time back saying that Imran Khan is a kaptan. He's going to play till the last ball. Why would he want to go through the disgrace and the ignominy of going through a no-confidence motion and losing the vote in the National Assembly? Why doesn't he resign gracefully? Why doesn't he take an honorable exit?
What I heard just now was very far from reality. I mean, she even said that MQM supporting the opposition is a farce. They've just done a press conference with the opposition.
Exactly.
So they really need to smell the coffee. They do not have the numbers. They've lost the majority in the parliament. But I do not think, as the popular opinion suggests, that Imran Khan should resign and he should quit gracefully. Rather, I think if I see his political career so far, he's always been the one who has played till the very end, and he's the one who has fought it off till the very end. And this is, I think, what he should do, because this is what his supporters and his voters, his fans like about him. But having said
but
that,
how does he escape the disgrace and what would clearly be very upsetting for him and his party to see, the numbers not stacking up in the National Assembly? If that vote goes through, he has to live with the consequences of losing, and losing quite badly to the opposition. Why would he go through that? At least by resigning before the vote, he can go down as a political martyr.
I do not term it as a disgrace. Rather, this political martyr term is, I think, more applicable if he goes through the no confidence vote actually being implemented. But this conspiracy theory of international linkages to the plan, this is not just Imran Khan. Every prime minister who has gone before the end of his term, and unfortunately every elected prime minister, every civilian prime minister has not been able to finish his term, his or her term here in Pakistan. It's extremely sad and unfortunate. I cannot rule out the fact that there may be an international linkage to it, because even when Nawaz Sharif was ousted and disqualified, although Imran Khan was very jubilant about it, but even his party and Nawaz Sharif himself had said that there is an international linkage.
Ma'am, it's been well over 4 years since Nawaz Sharif was ousted from power. A court of law made it impossible for him to continue. There were corruption charges against him. He hasn't come back to Pakistan in the last 4 years. He's been living in London for the last 4 years, for God's sake. No, and I don't know, what is the foreign conspiracy? What is this foreign conspiracy that's not been revealed in the last 4 years? I mean, I think it's a complete ruse, whether it was in Nawaz Sharif's case or whether it's now in Imran Khan's case. If it is indeed such a big conspiracy, he should make it public. He should put the letter out in the public domain, let the people of Pakistan know who are these people who are conspiring to unseat his government. But having said that, I want to go to Manoj Joshi as we get closing comments as well. If there were to be elections, let's say he loses the no confidence motion, the numbers are stacked up clearly against him, and Shahbaz Sharif or whoever else becomes the next prime minister, what authority will that government have anyway, Manoj Joshi? Because they will pretty much be just setting the stage for the next election. That's pretty much going to be the only job of the next government.
Well, you see, Zaka, the one issue is that in a democratic polity, in a sense, a parliamentary democratic polity, getting voted out of office is not such a big deal. I think that, for example, Vajpayee ji lost his majority just as the Kargil war broke out. And he fought the war while he was already in a caretaker government. Now, the point with Imran Khan is, the point is how he angles his departure this time. Meaning, if he is able to put across to the public of Pakistan that he has gone down fighting, that he is the one who has been victimized, then maybe he can transform this into a very different situation. But
no, but
you see,
are you saying no? One second. I've got a piece of breaking news as well. But very quickly, just to clarify, are you saying if elections were to be held after he loses the vote, he would get more popular vote and more seats than PPP, PMLN, PMLQ, MQM, BAP all put together? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is that he could, meaning from here I can't judge as to how it's playing out with the Pakistani public, but if it plays out in a certain way, he could be the gainer, because he is only, I think, 17 or 18 seats short of a majority this time. So he could pick up those seats.
Okay, let me also go to this piece of breaking news. Pakistani media is now reporting that Prime Minister Imran Khan's address to the Pakistani nation is going to be aired between 7 and 8 p.m. Pakistan time. That would be between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m. here in India. Reports saying that he could announce the details of this letter that he's been talking about, a foreign conspiracy that he's been talking about in that speech. He referred to it in the Jalsa that happened on Sunday. He referred to it earlier today as well, and he said he's going to reveal the contents of it to the Chief Justice, to the leadership in the army, as well as to senior journalists. Anil Trigunath, I'll give you the final word. Again, I'm convinced that this letter, whether it exists or not, and even if it does, is simply a mere excuse, a ruse for Imran Khan not to wake up and smell the coffee, or not to see the writing on the wall, and that is that he simply does not have the numbers in majority to continue his government.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this letter, I mean, as maybe very often these kind of studies are conducted by various think tanks in the U.S., that in case actually it has been done about Mrs. Gandhi and other Indian leaders, they keep doing it. And whenever these come out, they might as well be the modus operandi for the Americans or any other power which wants to invest in a country. But at the same time, these are the reports that the ambassadors usually write, and this was the former ambassador must have got a hand on this report, which would have said in case Imran Khan goes away, what happens and all that in Pakistan. So those are the kind of things that happen. They're normal in the diplomatic life. So I don't know what exactly the contents of this till this become made public. But you are absolutely right. This is the ruse. This gives them an angle to go. And in Pakistan, always this has been the issue, that there are external forces that are trying to destabilize the government. They are destabilizing Pakistan. They are doing that, rather than focusing on the real issues of bread and butter.
This CIA hand, KGB hand, this is the oldest trick in the book. I mean, it's been there, like you said, Ambassador, from Indira Gandhi's days. That is not what ultimately leads to collapse of governments. What leads to collapse of governments is loss of popular support, not being able to manage an economy, and most importantly, in Imran Khan's case, inept political management. He was not able to politically manage his own party and his allies, and that is why things have come to such a pass. I want to thank all our guests. We'll be looking forward to that address to the nation, as it were, that Imran Khan is due to give between 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time and 8:30 p.m. Will he resign at the end of that rally, at the end of that public speech, or will he continue to doggedly fight on, only to lose perhaps whenever that no confidence motion gets taken up? I'm going to wrap up, but this is going to be our top focus through our primetime coverage here on CNN News 18. See you on the other side.
Нормальная работа.
Ukraine has called for an international agreement under which other countries would serve as security guarantors. But there is skepticism over Putin's intentions. Will he use the talks and the proposed pullback as a smokescreen to plan a fresh offensive? So recent developments in Ukraine have been signaling a shift in Putin's strategy. The Russians are now starting to look east. After the peace talks in Istanbul, Russian troops have already started withdrawing from Kiev, the capital. But where are these troops going to, and why this recalibration of military efforts? Let's bring up the map of Ukraine. Russia is going to radically reduce the troops that are concentrated in Kiev, which is the capital, and Chernihiv, which is in the northeast, right on the border with Belarus. The focus is going to be to move a bulk of these troops towards the Donbass. This is the eastern belt. This is the belt that borders Russia and Ukraine. and they want to liberate the Donetsk and the Luhansk People's Republic. This is what it started off with, this entire operation. So what this does, it moves a significant number of troops away from the western and central parts of Ukraine all the way to the Donbass, as well as to Crimea. Crimea is the small peninsula which Russia had annexed back in 2014, so it bolsters Crimea's defenses as well. So it's clear that two things. One, the Russian strategy of trying to encircle Kiev has not worked. There were reports about these miles-long convoys stuck on the outskirts of Kiev, so they're moving away a significant portion of troops from there. And two, consolidating position in Crimea, as well as trying to liberate the Donbass region. Now, what was interesting in those talks, there was a surprise element in today's talks in Istanbul. The Russian billionaire and the former owner of the Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich, was seen at the peace negotiations. He was purportedly one of the members of the negotiating team, although his role is unclear. The Kremlin is saying he's not an official member of the Russian delegation, but his appearance comes, very interestingly, a day after there were reports that he and a couple of others had shown symptoms of poisoning. Remember, last week, Abramovich had gone to the Kremlin. He'd given a handwritten note from Ukrainian President Zelensky to President Putin of Russia, to which Putin reportedly told Abramovich to tell Zelensky that he will thrash him. So it was interesting to see Roman Abramovich as part of that Russian delegation, even though officially they are not saying that he is part of the delegation. But Ukraine may be abandoning its drive for NATO membership, Russia deciding to reduce its military activity in Kiev and in Chernihiv, but there seem to be some sticking points. Sticking point number one is the issue of neutrality. Russia insists that Ukraine has to be a neutral power. Ukraine is resistant because it has to change its constitution to ensure that there is neutrality. Number two, Ukraine wants written security guarantees from as many as 8 countries, the US, UK, and others, also regional powers. It wants written security guarantees that in the event that Ukraine were to be attacked, these countries will come to its defense. Also, the other big sticking point is the annexation of Crimea. Right now, Ukraine does not recognize the annexation of Crimea. What they have proposed is a 15-year negotiation process to see where the recognition of Crimea moves. And of course, the other contentious one is the recognition of the independence, the liberation, as the Russians call it, of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which is in the Donbass. I want to go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who is joining us from Lviv in Ukraine, in the western city. So the 6th round of talks in Istanbul producing some kind of a breakthrough, Russia agreeing to drastically reduce its military activity around Kiev and in Chernihiv. What has brought this about, and what would it mean on the ground over the next few days?
I wouldn't even begin to try to suspect what President Putin's intentions or mindset is as to why we're seeing this progress right now. But as you mentioned, it's been 6 rounds of talks. There has been progressively some progress made on these issues around mediation, this issue around neutrality. So we're seeing some of that appearing to bear fruit. And as you said, yes, the headline here is that both sides, Russia and Ukraine, saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon. And that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now, Russia, for its part, is offering 2 points, which they say will work towards de-escalation. The first is troop withdrawals or drawing down their forces around Kyiv and around Chernihiv, and we understand from U.S. sources that they've seen visually that that's already starting to happen, that Russian battalions are already starting to pull back from those areas, and it comes after Russia had said the first phase of the operation was over and that they were now going to focus on the east of the country. So it follows along those lines. And then the second point the Russian mediators are offering is, again, this possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are, of course, the most significant progress, that we've seen with negotiations since the start of this conflict. But it is by no means an end to the conflict, an agreement, a treaty, or
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Shreya Dondial. A big political crisis is brewing across the border in Pakistan. Will Imran Khan succumb to the age-old sordid tradition of no Pakistani Prime Minister completing his full 5-year tenure? Well, the stars, or at least let's say the opposition, is aligned for the curse to ring in. But Imran Khan, Pakistan's most successful cricket captain, has made it clear he will not put up his hands till the last ball is bowled. One of his main allies has walked out on him. His own legislators have threatened to vote against him. He says this is an international conspiracy to topple him. Getting some breaking developments from across the border in Pakistan related to the story. You know, his address, Imran Khan's address, was supposed to be held anytime between 6:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. Now news coming in that address by the Prime Minister of Pakistan has been cancelled. This is the big piece of breaking news that is now coming in. Why has this address been cancelled? We do not know. There was some speculation that it was at this address that he could possibly offer his resignation or resign. But Imran Khan made it very clear it's not happening. So I guess he's decided the press conference is not needed. I'm going straight across to... all right, I'll try and go across to my guests in just a bit. But let's take a look at why things are really not looking good for Mr. Imran Khan and why things really are over as far as the numbers game is concerned, and why this is just a slam and dunk for the opposition as far as defeating Imran Khan is concerned. 172, just remember this number, 172 is the magic figure in the Pakistani Assembly. The Pakistani Assembly's strength is 342. So if you need to be in government, you need 172 people backing you. Now, to begin with, before March 8th, Imran Khan very clearly, carefully had the numbers. But what happens now? What happens now is that you have his own allies, at least one ally, the MQM, openly going ahead and saying we are supporting the opposition in this one, also holding a press conference. His own legislators are threatening to vote against him. So his numbers are down to 161. The opposition numbers are up by 180, which means the opposition has the numbers. That is something that is very clear. Here's something very interesting. Mr. Imran Khan, remember, has already told all his legislators not to show up when the trust vote happens. Why is that? He doesn't need to win this trust vote. All he needs to do is to ensure that the opposition doesn't get 172. And he fears that if his legislators actually show up, there could be some who could secretly vote with the opposition. So that diktat has already gone out to his legislators. Now, the question is, what happens if Mr. Imran Khan loses the vote? And by the looks of it, as I've said, the writing is on the wall. He is losing the vote. If the numbers stand as they do right now, is a deal being cut? We don't know. We'll go to that in just a bit, and we'll get a voice in from Pakistan. Now, if Mr. Imran Khan loses the vote, Parliament can, of course, continue to function until its 5-year tenure, which ends in August 2023, after which a general election is due within 60 days in any case. There will be a vote in the National Assembly, of course, to elect a new Prime Minister to serve until then. Candidates can be put forward by any party with legislators in the Assembly. In this case, the opposition possibly already has a name in mind. Who it is, they haven't said. The new Prime Minister can, however, of course, call a general election immediately without waiting until 2023. Some analysts are even saying that the assembly can be dissolved and a general election can be held if no candidate can secure a majority of votes to become the Prime Minister. So let's quickly go across to our guests who are joining us this evening to get a well-rounded perspective on the crisis brewing in Pakistan. And of course, Pakistan is a neighbor, and the last thing you want is an unstable politically and economically unstable neighbor. So it'll be good to just get a full rounded 360-degree view of what's happening. General Hasnan joining us this evening. General, thank you very much for your time, someone who studies Pakistan very closely. We also have Pratikrit Pine, again someone who studies, he's a geopolitical analyst, again someone who keeps track of what's happening in Pakistan very closely. And Mr. G. Parthasarthi on the screens, good evening, looking sharp this evening. And we'll have a voice from Pakistan as well. Mohit Jafri is a Pakistani journalist. Is he one of those 14 who have been who have been told what exactly this foreign conspiracy is, because the Pakistan Prime Minister has called 14 journalists apparently and showed them this chitti, this secret letter that he has been talking about how there is a foreign international conspiracy to topple his government. General Hassan, I'm starting with you. I think the writing is on the wall. Mr. Imran Khan doesn't have the numbers. I want to ask you what you think happens from here on.
See, Shreya, first of all, thank you for having me on your program. Yes, very, very interesting developments in the last 2 weeks or so. Something that could have happened in India in the yesteryears when we didn't have this kind of stability that we have got today with 303 seats at the center. In Pakistan, they have experimented with the different parties. They've experimented with PPP. They've experimented with Nawaz Sharif's PML-N. And none of them have been able to give a prime minister for a full 5-year term.
Correct.
Now, Imran Khan was apparently nearing that. But in the best of traditions of Pakistan prime ministers, it seems he is also going to have his the carpet.
Oops, General.
That he doesn't have the numbers. There are some differences in the constitutional system in Pakistan, which you have just recounted very correctly for all our viewers. But it seems that he's not going to have his numbers. As it is, he had 155 of the original PTI with him. He had brought in 23 additional to support him. It seems he has lost the support of all of them. And as you very correctly said, apparently about a 160 to 161.
Sure. General, we'll try and reconnect with you. Your line is not very clear there.
Pointed out.
It's freezing. Your line continues to freeze. So we'll just try and reconnect with you. But what you're saying is that the writing is on the wall. He simply doesn't have the numbers. Here's the thing, Pratikrit, come in here. He doesn't have the numbers, but the opposition, it seems, doesn't have a name on who will succeed Imran Khan. Just like the opposition here in India. Too many ambitions to accommodate. In Pakistan, opposition also too many ambitions to accommodate. Could you see that blowing up?
Yeah. Well, I think this opposition, the umbrella alliance of the opposition parties have been structured by the deep state of Pakistan. So the name that is floating around, Shahbaz Sharif, I think that is the most likely name. And I think sometime back, Bilawal Bhutto also declared him as the prime ministerial candidate. So that is a given. That is going to happen. And in any case, some of the allies of Imran Khan, for them, the popularity of Imran Khan has gone down so badly that for the next in the next 1 year that the election is going to happen, none of them want to antagonize the deep state or the army rather by going with Imran Khan anymore, because the army has given enough indication that they don't want this person to stay as the prime minister anymore. The question is what happens now? The cancellation of his speech, his dangling around that letter, and suddenly, somebody stepping in, probably, a general had come and met him some time back. And probably it was told to him that you have crossed the Rubicon long time back. Don't, for the sake of your own political agenda, take any country's name. Look, it always has happened with Pakistan that whenever they are in crisis, they invoke the name of Islam and they invoke the name of India. But I think in this case, there was some other country whose name he was about to reveal. And that would have jeopardized the relations, which are already fragile. Most probably, I cannot completely assure that's the exact country. Most probably it's going to be United States, but the whole thing is a hoax. Nobody actually wants to throw out another country's government by writing a letter.
Sure.
So Imran Khan is trying to project himself as a crusader who is being crucified for the sake of because he was trying to improve Pakistan, but he hasn't done anything such that it has made Pakistan strong enough that he could have enemies all around. Nothing like that has happened. He is basically become unpopular for several reasons. We all know the reasons. He has burned bridges with the army itself, trying to take on the army not once but twice. So the writing is on the wall. What happens next? He has completed the legacy. Just 1 second. He has completed the legacy that he will not complete the 5 years. Would he go in exile? Would he be, subjected to the similar things that some of his predecessors have faced?
But there is
it's
a saying.
Interesting to see.
Pratikrit, I know the writing is on the wall. I know he doesn't have the numbers, but there is a saying, it's not over till it's over. It's not over till the fat lady sings. And you know what my conspiracy theory about this press conference by Imran Khan being called off is? Possibly a deal is being cut. Mr. Parsasarthi, as someone who served in Pakistan, I want to ask you, what do you think will be going on, at Imran Khan's residence? Will he be working the phone lines right now? We know that he's already met with the ISI chief, with the army chief who call all the shots in Pakistan. The fact is he's cancelled his press conference last minute. The fact is, look at his body language. He's been intensely confident. Kuch chal raha hai kya? Sarkar bachane ke liye. Is there a deal being cut right now?
Honestly, the joke around in Pakistan is that the only person he will listen to is his good wife, who's said to be an expert in forecasting the future. So,
and also apparently doing some jadoo tona to save his government. Apparently many poor chickens are being sacrificed as we speak, but that's only gupshup in the Pakistani media that I'm repeating here. Go ahead, Mr. Parsasarthi, complete your sentence.
That is the reality. The man really believes his wife is a saint. So it's fairly well known she has a say in his decision making. And I'm serious about these things. I'm not frivolous. The fact of the matter is that he comes back, he burnt his boats with the army very badly. And that too by trying to promote or groom to be chief General Faiz Hamid, the DG ISI, who made a mess of the entire transfer of power to the Taliban. That earned him the wrath, not just of the army chief, but of the GHQ. He has been made corps commander and sent on the Afghan border, and with no sign of the future.
Sure.
Let's also remember another fact. Just about an hour and a half ago, we had reports in your channel that the army chief and the DG ISI had met with Imran Khan. Now that is very, very clear, because the only thing if they did, as has been reported by you, then they have given him the message very clearly that the day is up and it would be best interest of the country if he left in a constitutional manner and a dignified manner.
Okay. So you feel there is no deal being cut? There is a clear-cut message that has been conveyed by the Pakistani army that essentially runs the country, that bhai sahab, your time is up, aap nikal lijiye apna jhola lekar. Generally, just come in here. I remember former Prime Minister Yusuf Raza Gilani had once very famously said that he doesn't want to become the Prime Minister of Pakistan because Pakistan's sordid history is such that people go straight from the Pakistan Prime Minister's house to the Adiala jail. Now, we don't know whether Mr. Imran Khan will be keeping up with that tradition or breaking that tradition. But what I certainly want to know from you is this. Is this crisis that is brewing in Pakistan, according to you, is it going to impact India, and by India I say the going-ons in Jammu and Kashmir?
Shreya, I hope I'm on a better line now.
Yeah, yes you are, sir. Go ahead.
But definitely what's happening in the inner circles of power in Pakistan traditionally has had an impact on events in Jammu and Kashmir in the past. But today I think the situation is slightly different. It was at Pakistan's behest that you found the ceasefire coming and the ceasefire probably holding on since the 25th of February 2021. It is to the advantage of Pakistan to a great extent with the kind of financial crisis that they are in at the moment. They don't know which side to really look, whether to the Chinese side or the US side or which side they want to go. Therefore, at this particular time, a crisis-related time, to try and create a problem in Jammu and Kashmir and risk the possibility of a response from India is something which I don't think will probably happen. In the yesteryears, yes, this was a feasibility always. The Pakistan army could risk it also to an extent. Here, the problem is also, you got to remember that the Pakistan army, deep state, in fact, and Imran Khan are not in league with each other. And it's quite apparent that they are poles apart at the moment. So therefore, if no one is going to listen to Imran Khan at this particular time, and no purpose is going to be served for the deep state at this time to instigate something in Jammu and Kashmir, because they're really not prepared to take it forward. They've burnt their boats. They've had issues with problems in Jammu and Kashmir, and they know that there is only a limit up to which they can play under the current circumstances. So in this particular situation, I think it's a no-go. Jammu and Kashmir, the impact is not going to be there.
Okay, you don't see any impact on Jammu and Kashmir. Pratikrit, come in here. I once again want to go back to the internal situation in Jammu and in Pakistan. The fact is that politically and an economically unstable Pakistan is never a good idea for India. In that sense, will you differ with General Hasnain's perspective, or will you stick to it?
No, I completely agree with General Hasnain, because they have always, even, I don't think there was ever stability in Pakistan. And a stable Pakistan also means that they will have too much time to conspire against India. The more they get imploded, the more they get, concerned with their internal affairs, the more they actually keep India in peace. That's what I think. But frankly speaking, today, the condition of Pakistan is such that it is on the verge. I'm not saying that it's going to break down tomorrow, but it's gradually imploding from inside. Look at the condition of the economy. In the last 3 years, this man is trying to project that he has created a Naya Pakistan, so he's being crucified. In the last 3 years, the external debt gone up by $35 billion. Their total debt is almost at par with the GDP, which is almost $290 billion of debt. They have a double digit of inflation. Their foreign exchange reserve is barely, in double digits. They pleaded with China today itself to roll over a $4.2 billion, debt payment. They are pleading with IMF for a $21 billion lifeline. The only problem which I find, Shreya, is that the more the economy is getting sunk into a bottomless pit, the more they get into the narcotics trade. The more radicalization, of course, in any case is there, and it will go up. It's not that Imran Khan itself has been a person who was against radicalism in any case, but frankly speaking, the Balochistan problem is another issue. Okay. So you will find a lot more of these internal turmoil going up. And I think there's a China angle also, because the CPC assets are getting targeted. These things are happening at such a fast pace to presume that it will not have any spillover effect. I don't know. I hope it will not have. But frankly speaking, that Pakistan today is almost becoming another Afghanistan.
Okay, Mr. Parthasarathi, I want to understand from you, given the numbers, as we are saying, this is a slam and dunk situation for the opposition. Aayenge and they will win the trust vote. As far as if we go by the numbers we are getting today, anything can happen in 24 hours in politics. We know that. Chahe wo India ki politics ho ya Pakistan ki politics ho. Now, I want to ask you this. Where do you think Mr. Imran Khan is getting the confidence that he'll sail through? I ask you this because even, 15 minutes back, I was checking what he was doing, and he was addressing UN peacekeepers in Congo. And then you hear news that he has cancelled the press conference. Before that comes news that he has met the army chief and the ISI chief. He's getting his confidence from somewhere. And Mr. Parthasarathi, can you hear me?
Yeah, no. I can't hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, great. So let me repeat that question for you. I'm asking you, sir, if you look at Imran Khan yesterday, if you look at him today, he stepped out in public, and so we've been in a position to see, see his body language. The concept is overhyped, but in any case, I'm going to go with it and flow with it. He seems to be super confident. Today, I was checking 15 minutes ago, Mr. Parthasarathi, what he was doing, and it seems he was addressing UN peacekeepers in Congo. He's getting his confidence from somewhere, and it cannot just be with his, because of his wife, who the world thinks is an angel and who can probably work some miracles. Miracles don't happen in the world we live in, Mr. Parthasarathi. He's getting his confidence from somewhere. Where is it coming from?
Look, I've known Imran Khan since 1982. I've known him since 82. Imran Khan since 1982 when he was Pakistan cricket captain and the Indian team was with him. The guy is an egotist, listens to no one. But right now, I'm serious when I say he's very lonely, and the only person who's his last advice is his social wife. The guy is, you can't expect him to behave rationally. If he's been told that something's going to happen, he'll go for it.
Okay.
And therefore, what he's doing is not logical. But I think, as I said, the army is
okay.
So he will give it a try tomorrow as to where it gets.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, Mr. Parthasarathi, I'm sorry. Again, today seems to be a bad day. It seems to be a bad day for Imran Khan and a bad day for us technically as well, because your line is not very clear. General Hasnan, quickly come in here since you're someone who loves cricket as well. I'll say this in the man's defense. I mean, if he goes as Pakistan's Prime Minister, if he stays as Pakistan's Prime Minister, it really doesn't make a difference to your or my life. But this is a guy who came back from retirement, was called back from retirement in 1992 to lead a Pakistani side that, you know, no one was taking seriously. And this guy captains the team and goes on to win that World Cup when no one expected him to. Of course, he made the World Cup victory all about himself. That's a different issue. But can he do that again? Right now, everyone thinks he's out. Is he really out?
Yes, I recall that 1992 match in Australia. Incidentally, India did defeat Imran's Pakistan in that World Cup too. But yes, he went on to win that tournament, and the world gave a lot of recognition to his captaincy and said, yes, here is a role model of a captain. And Imran Khan thereafter, organizationally, if you see, did manage to put together a new party in Pakistan and bring it to, well, 155 in terms of numbers. Whether these numbers were fairly brought about or unfairly is a different question. But he did display some leadership qualities in the beginning. But the moment he stepped in as the CEO of Pakistan, he was clearly out of sorts. He had no idea, particularly on the issue of economics, he had no idea at all. Secondly, the other issue which is actually coming against him is the whole issue of corruption.
Correct.
And now we know Pakistan's politics, we know how corrupt they are, but his ability to just not be able to overlook or to bring about any change in this. He kept talking about Naya Pakistan, but somehow in the field of politics and corruption, he could bring about nothing, no change at all. In terms of external relations, his relationship with Saudi Arabia, with UAE, everything seemed to be happening.
With India as well.
And then,
with India as well.
His
with India as well. Terrible relationship.
With the Pakistan army. I mean, that was the most important relationship which he should have nurtured.
Correct.
But obviously, he chose the wrong horse to back. And therefore, it seems in every field, from 1992 to 2022, in 30 years, Captain Imran Khan has lost his capabilities.
All right, but he's saying he's going to play this match till the last ball. Gentlemen, good to have you on the show this evening. General Hasnan, good to get your perspective. Pratikrit, always good to have you. And Mr. Parthasarathi, we wish we had a better line with you. But anyhow, you know, you did get to present your point of view, and we are grateful for that. Now, in Pakistan at one point of time, because Mr. Imran Khan and his party were a disruptor, they were called the Aam Aadmi Party of Pakistan. But how has someone who said, I'll be the Obama of Pakistan, end up becoming the Donald Trump of Pakistan? Take a look.
No Pakistan Prime Minister has completed 5 years in office. And Imran Khan is not about to change that infamous statistic. He has lost majority after a key ally, the Muttahida Qawmi movement, struck a deal with the opposition.
आज वो इस्तीफा देकर एक नई रीत कायम करें और रवायत कायम करें.
This development comes ahead of a crucial vote on the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan.
इमरान खान अपना अक्सरियत खो चुका है, मगर वज़ीर आज़म साहब के पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं रहा. इमरान मुकाबला करो.
Pakistan's economic mess is not the only factor that worked against Imran Khan.
बुज़दिल है इमरान, बुज़दिल भाग रहा है.
अब इस हुकूमत के खात्मे का
All his chips are down. The opposition has come together like never before. lawmakers from his own party are revolting against him, and he no longer has the backing of the all-powerful army. But a cornered Imran Khan's only defense is that foreign powers are conspiring to topple his government.
बाहर के लोगों को आदत नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान में ऐसी लीडरशिप हो जो अपने मुल्क के मफादात को आगे रखे। तो ये जो साजिश है, ये इंशाल्लाह मैंने मेंशन किया।
Imran Khan was elected in 2018 with only a slender majority, but he was extremely popular with his promise of a Naya Pakistan. Ultimately, his militant, anti-West rhetoric was not enough to keep him in power.
Pakistan has the cup. Few would begrudge Imran his moment.
Quite a fall from grace for a man who led Pakistan to its first World Cup win over 30 years ago. Liberate the Donetsk and the Luhansk People's Republic. This is what it started off with, this entire operation. So what this does, it moves a significant number of troops away from the western and central parts of Ukraine all the way to the Donbass, as well as to Crimea. Crimea is the small peninsula which Russia had annexed back in 2014. So it bolsters Crimea's defenses as well. So it's clear that two things. One, the Russian strategy of trying to encircle Kiev has not worked. There were reports about these miles-long convoys stuck on the outskirts of Kiev, so they're moving away a significant portion of troops from there. And two, consolidating position in Crimea, as well as trying to liberate the Donbass region. Now, what was interesting in those talks, there was a surprise element in today's talks in Istanbul. The Russian billionaire and the former owner of the Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich, was seen at the peace negotiations. He was purportedly one of the members of the negotiating team, although his role is unclear. The Kremlin is saying he's not an official member of the Russian delegation, but his appearance comes, very interestingly, a day after there were reports that he and a couple of others had shown symptoms of poisoning. Remember, last week, Abramovich had gone to the Kremlin. He'd given a handwritten note from Ukrainian President Zelensky to President Putin of Russia, to which Putin reportedly told Abramovich to tell Zelensky that he will thrash him. So it was interesting to see Roman Abramovich as part of that Russian delegation, even though officially they are not saying that he is part of the delegation. But Ukraine may be abandoning its drive for NATO membership, Russia deciding to reduce its military activity in Kiev and in Chernihiv, but there seem to be some sticking points. Sticking point number one is the issue of neutrality. Russia insists that Ukraine has to be a neutral power. Ukraine is resistant because it has to change its constitution to ensure that there is neutrality. Number two, Ukraine wants written security guarantees from as many as 8 countries, the US, UK and others, also regional powers. It wants written security guarantees that in the event that Ukraine were to be attacked, these countries will come to its defense. Also, the other big sticking point is the annexation of Crimea. Right now, Ukraine does not recognize the annexation of Crimea. What they have proposed is a 15-year negotiation process to see where the recognition of Crimea moves. And of course, the other contentious one is the recognition of the independence, the liberation, as the Russians call it, of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which is in the Donbass. I want to go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who is joining us from Lviv in Ukraine, in the western city. So the 6th round of talks in Istanbul producing some kind of a breakthrough, Russia agreeing to drastically reduce its military activity around Kiev and in Chernihiv. What has brought this about, and what would it mean on the ground over the next few days?
I wouldn't even begin to try to suspect what President Putin's intentions or mindset is as to why we're seeing this progress right now. But as you mentioned, it's been 6 rounds of talks. There has been progressively some progress made on these issues around mediation, this issue around neutrality. So we're seeing some of that appearing to bear fruit. And as you said, yes, the headline here is that both sides, Russia and Ukraine, saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon. And that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now, Russia, for its part, is offering 2 points, which they say will work towards de-escalation. The first is troop withdrawals, or drawing down their forces around Kyiv and around Chernihiv. And we understand from U.S. sources that they've seen visually that that's already starting to happen, that Russian battalions are already starting to pull back from those areas. And it comes after Russia had said the first phase of the operation was over and that they were now going to focus on the east of the country. So it follows along those lines. And then the second point the Russian mediators are offering is, again, this possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are, of course, the most significant progress, that we've seen with negotiations since the start of this conflict. But it is by no means an end to the conflict, an agreement, a treaty, or any of that. But it does begin to give hope that President Putin may be now finally willing to come to the table, which is something that even just a few days ago did not seem possible. But of course, this can't happen fast enough. You have millions of lives hanging in the balance, cities still trapped, besieged, caught between front lines, and of course a refugee crisis that grows and grows by the day.
And also, you were talking about these security guarantees. Ukraine wants reportedly written security guarantees from the P5 countries as well as some other regional powers. How feasible is this, given that one of those P5 countries happens to be Russia?
I think that's the point, is to have Russia sign the security agreement, to have Russia be one of the guarantors, to put Russia directly responsible in some ways for Ukraine's peace and security. Look, ultimately, this follows along the lines that Ukraine has been offering all along, which is neutrality. Ukraine says it will remain a neutral, non-nuclear nation.
जब पाकिस्तान की पार्लियामेंट में वोटिंग होगी, मेरी कौम सब देखेगी।
You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. On August 18th, 2018, Pakistan got a new Prime Minister, someone who led the country to only Cricket World Cup, someone who enjoyed a cult status in Pakistan and came with a promise of building a Naya Pakistan. More than 2 decades after he entered politics, Imran Khan was expected to lead the country as he led the 1992 World Cup winning team. But almost 3.5 years later, Imran is almost on the verge of being booted out, with allies ditching him one after another. A no-confidence vote in Parliament of Pakistan seeking his ouster, and the country facing one of its biggest economic crises ever. On March 28th, Pakistan's opposition parties tabled a motion of no confidence in the National Assembly, and the debate on the resolution is set to begin on March 31st. That's tomorrow, when the House will sit again. The voting on the no trust vote is scheduled to take place in the Pakistan National Assembly on the 3rd of April, with the debate to be held tomorrow. With numbers clearly against him amidst several of his allies leaving, and also ally, that is the MQM, leaving him, and also within the PTI, Imran Khan's only defense is that foreign powers are conspiring to topple his government. Meanwhile, Imran's key aides seem unfazed by the developments, with the Information Minister Fawad Chaudhry tweeting that Pakistan Prime Minister will not resign and calling him a player who fights till the last ball. Looking purely at the numbers game, in the 342-member Pakistan Assembly, with the magic number of 172, Imran has support of 161 members, with 180 members of the National Assembly opposing this government. There were reports of Pakistan Prime Minister addressing the nation today and resigning ahead of the debate on trust vote tomorrow, but it was cancelled last minute, and Imran Khan has decided to take this fight till the very end. So will Imran resign before the crucial trust vote? Or is there more drama in this Pakistan version of Game of Thrones? To discuss that, we have a very interesting panel joining us. But before that, a piece of breaking news. And this is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. This is another twist in Pakistan's saga. After meeting with top brass of security establishment, Imran Khan has done a U-turn. He says he will fight and he has refused to quit. Army wanted his resignation, but he has refused and will go for no confidence motion. So Imran Khan set to play till the last ball is what his party had said, and that's what is appearing certainly. Let me bring in my guests and go straight to Mr. Yaqub. He is the spokesperson of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. What is it that your party chief is waiting for? Samad Yaqub, if you can hear me. Samad Yaqub, if you can hear me. My question is, yes, my question is, what is it that Imran Khan is waiting for?
You can say that he is waiting for the last ball, and beside that, he is waiting for the standard procedure which is going to held under the constitutional framework, the Pakistani constitution. I mean, if the motion is placed, tabled, which is already tabled, and there is some rounds, now there is a second last round which is going to be held tomorrow.
Yes, we will try and fix that line. Yes, there seems to be some problem with that line of Mr. Yaqub. Mona, come in on this. First, we are told that there will be an address to the nation. Now we are told that that address to the nation has been postponed. What really happened in the last few hours?
Look, I appeared through a phoner on your show, on your channel earlier in the morning when these rumors had erupted that he's going to resign in relation to the address. And I told you, because I had confirmed from members of his cabinet, and they told me, they confirmed me that there's nothing as such as a resignation even on the cards. And this has proven correct, because resignation was never on the cards for Imran Khan, because he really wants to remain till the very end, and he really wants to put a good
what about
fight,
the address to the nation?
But it seems tough, because
address to the nation,
what
happened to that?
Yes, it's also postponed, because you also see that there is this NSC meeting that has been summoned, and there has been a very important meeting between Imran Khan, Chief of Army Staff, DGISI, and they had discussed the contents of that particular letter, which reveals an alleged conspiracy in Pakistan with international linkage to it. So they've been talking about this letter, but I don't think the letter is for the no trust vote, because if the no trust vote is concerned, the no trust vote is a very clear writing on the wall, because opposition is definitely weighing heavier with all the allies joining them and all the PTI dissidents. Opposition is very clearly weighing heavy, and I don't think Imran Khan or his party is actually trying to convince or negotiate any further, because they've already decided as to which party they want to support in this particular move.
Okay, Mr.
So I think
Yaqub,
Imran
Mr.
Khan also
Yaqub,
wants
why is Imran Khan and your party alleging some kind of conspiracy? What is this letter that you're talking about?
Well, that is shown by the Prime Minister in the public gathering, and we believe that this is a credible threat which must be investigated and which must be presented at the public forum, or at least to the Security Council meeting, and this should be probed, and let's see what comes, how credible that threat was. But besides that, when you have asked me that what we are waiting for, we are waiting for the standard procedure which is going to be held under the constitutional framework. And the last phase of that will be when the voting will be held in the parliament, in the national, on the floor of the house. So we will fight till then, and till then, when the no motion is not.
And given the nature of betrayal, as Imran Khan is putting that, that is taking place, Mr. Yaqub, I'm going to come back to you because that problem with your connection has not been fixed as yet. Ambassador K.C. Singh, one card up Imran Khan's sleeve would be to call an early election. The next one must be held before October 2023. Can that be the solution to all the domestic challenges that Imran Khan is facing?
Look, Imran Khan is preparing for an election. That's why the rally on Sunday. That's why he wanted to address the nation, and that's why he wants to address the parliament, because that will be broadcast. Now, only thing that remains to be seen is if a prime minister has lost the majority, then constitutional convention is that he cannot recommend the dissolution of the parliament. Also, we don't know what is the game plan between PPP, PMLN. Do they have a plan for an alternative government, or they also want an election? I can't imagine a coalition government with all those people in it. It'll be completely unsustainable and may gain sympathy for Imran Khan. I think Imran Khan is playing to the gallery. He realizes he still hasn't lost entirely his popular support. So he will do rebel rousing. Now, what the army chief may have done is they probably didn't want the address to the nation because that will, give him another bullhorn to blow and incite, sentiments and so on and so forth. They don't want polarization beyond a certain stage. They must have told him, you have the parliament to speak in, you speak there. Now, the only thing that remains to be seen in, will he do an Atal Bihari Vajpayee, as after the 13-day government, Mr. Vajpayee addressed the parliament and then tendered the resignation. He didn't wait for the vote. Or will he, as they say, last ball, what they mean by that he wants to go down, literally see who is voted against him, and then go to the public and say it's a conspiracy and these people. But that is now quite clear because his supporting party is MQM and certain
does he become a martyr if he resigns?
Yeah. So he may seek that, but he may think martyrdom is also, going down facing a vote. We don't know what's in his mind. He may still be playing cricket in his mind, for all we know.
So who gets to play the last ball is the big question. Michael Kugelman, Pakistan's army is key to political power. And this U-turn of Imran Khan, that he was supposed to address the nation, now he has said that he will not be addressing the nation, seems to have happened only after the meeting that took place between army top brass and Imran Khan. There have been 4 military coups and at least as many unsuccessful ones in Pakistan since its independence in 1947. What is it different this time around?
Well, I think that for much of the last 3 years, and for much of Imran Khan's term, his relations with the military were relatively good. I think that you have to go to November of last year when there was a dispute between Imran Khan and the army chief, General Bajwa, about the succession process to bring in the next intelligence chief. That's when the relationship with Bajwa started to go downhill. And my sense is that that relationship is irreparable. It's done. And I think the bigger question is what Imran Khan's relationship is with the rest of the military. And my sense is that that relationship is not in a particularly good place either. I think that Imran Khan's use of very strong anti-West, anti-U.S. rhetoric in his speeches in recent weeks has really turned off the Pakistani military, which I think is much more sanguine and interested in maintaining relations with the West than Imran Khan himself is. So I think that for Imran Khan, the walls are closing in ways that you did not have even just a few weeks ago. And I think at the end of the day, perhaps one of his biggest errors was not extending a hand across the aisle. He remained a very partisan, hyper-partisan political figure to the point that he burned a lot of bridges with the opposition and elsewhere, to the point that now when he really could use all the help he can get, he's not getting much at all. And indeed, we saw that a key coalition ally, the MQM, has decided to go with the opposition. He's lost the army chief, and it appears that his relations with the broader military are deteriorating as well. So that does not leave him in a very good position, to say the least, going into the no confidence vote.
Yes. Swasti Rao, here is Imran Khan facing trouble on multiple fronts. There's betrayal of his own members and dithering of allies. We are told that he has ordered all PTI legislators to remain absent from the assembly on the day of the vote to mitigate any chance of dissidents secretly supporting the motion to remove him, because the idea is that absenteeism won't hurt Mr. Khan's cause because he doesn't need to win. He just needs to ensure that the opposition doesn't have that number of 172.
Yeah. You know, I think the other panelists have really brought out the nitty-gritties of what is really happening in Pakistan very well. There is a lot of melodrama and as to who plays the last ball and how he plays it, etc. Basically, the point is that as soon as the military, the military establishment kind of withdrew their support, it was very evident that now it was a green signal for the opposition to go out and, take it all up against Imran Khan. Because, you see, he's facing multiple problems in Pakistan, and that is something that India should really be worried about as to what really happens, whether he runs for elections again, whether he resigns or he becomes a martyr, whatever, those things apart. The point is that an unstable Pakistan is not really in India's interest, because, there is a very bad performing economy there. There is inflation is skyrocketing. All this rhetoric that Imran Khan had been whipping up, that anti-West rhetoric and, trying to have a deal with Saudi Arabia, a $3 billion worth deal and, touting it as a major achievement, all that hasn't really come to his rescue. So there's massive inflation in Pakistan, I think unprecedented, about 13%. So that's massive inflation out there. Not just that, there are also, other problems. There's a Baloch problem, etc. So long story short, the point that I'm trying to make is that Pakistan is in a lot of turmoil, and an unstable Pakistan is not in the interest of India. If you know that, Pakistan is having a lot of troubles with Taliban next door. And as we are talking here, today there was a meeting, between the Chinese foreign minister and the Russian foreign minister, over Afghanistan. So obviously those are kind of things that would really impact India directly, because
while we look at that, but Swasti Rao, and coming on this, Ambassador KC Singh, India and Pakistan under Imran Khan have had no talks, no call, nothing. There has been no relation whatsoever. So what is it that India is looking at in this transition that may potentially happen in Pakistan in the next few days?
See, what has been the stumbling block? The stumbling block was that the Article 370 getting scrapped and the changes made to the status of Jammu and Kashmir, which we say is internal and our right, and which the Chinese and the Pakistani are contesting. Now, which Pakistani Prime Minister will overlook it? Although the Pakistani military seems to have at one stage aired this view that we can restore trade, etc., and start with little things, and then work towards that. Maybe there was some commitment from our side also, because after all, the union government has said we will restore statehood. They've not said it's permanently going to be a union territory. So I suspect no prime minister in Pakistan, certainly with elections coming up, will reach out. So we're looking forward to 6 odd months of similar sort of thing, or worse, if there is no proper control, but then law and order is controlled by the military. So I don't think it'll get any worse, the instability, than it is at the moment. They will control it. And then when a new prime minister comes in, it depends who it is. Is it Nawaz Sharif's party, PMLN, or it's PPP, an untried youngster, Benazir Bhutto's son? We don't know who comes up. And at that stage, how does that prime minister also accept a dialogue without some choreography on India's part on Kashmir? or maybe India is also waiting to see that let a more stable arrangement come.
Okay.
Let's see what comes up in Pakistan, and then you start discussing it. But at the moment, I see the same thing continuing.
Okay. So, Mr. Yaqub, what exactly is the last ball here? And I'm trying to understand, given the kind of equation that Imran Khan had, and his own arrival on the throne of Pakistan was because of his equation with the military, how did it go so bad? And how sudden has it gone so south?
Well, you can take the last ball as a last vote, which will be counted. On the floor of the House, and that last vote will expose those dissent and disgruntled PTI members if they do not abstain from the voting. They will be revealed. Those faces will be revealed in front of everyone, and that defection can be placed in the election commission, which can disqualify them for the lifespan. So in order to reveal those...
So, Yaqub Saab, you are more worried about your own members deserting you? Is this betrayal that you are seeing? Or is it more of your allies leaving you, MQM, for example?
See, MQM, as far as they are independent party, they have a freedom of choice. By all means, they can decide to stand with the government. This is according to under the constitutional framework. They have the option to choose the opposition. I mean, at any time they can sit with them. But those who got elected on over slogan or on symbol PTI ticket, they are not allowed to go against the party narrative or a party what party takes stance in the floor of the House.
No, but has the judgment come over Imran Khan's petition in which he has sought lifetime electoral bans against any of those who break ranks? Has anything happened on that front?
No, that is still under hearing. I mean, in the judiciary, but we are expecting that the same verdict. We are hoping that the verdict will come against them. This is what we can hope. This is the last hope. But still, those dissent members does not matter that much. But losing the allies at this moment matters the most for us.
And Mona, I'm looking at the past here. That when Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf won the seats, they won the most number of seats. They were the single largest party in 2018. They did not have a simple majority by itself, and they had to form a coalition with other parties. The PTI had 155, and then Imran Khan had to cross the 172 vote threshold. He got a lot of coalition partners, and in the last 3 years, he ensured that that number increases. How did it happen that in matter of few days, his most trusted people started deserting him? Was it because, as a lot of panelists are highlighting, that anti-West rhetoric, that things were not right domestic as far as domestic politics is concerned, and his rabble-rousing also continued?
Look, as far as the domestic front is concerned, I thought that was in shambles long ago. It hasn't just happened overnight. It hasn't just happened in over the past few days. It's been the case since always. Rather, I'd say, comfortably speaking, since the end of 2018, when his government had come in, there was inflation, there was governance issues, serious troubles of his own party, within his own party, against Chief Minister Usman Buzdar, on whom the Prime Minister was very reluctant and adamant that he's not going to remove him and he will stay in place no matter what comes. So, you know, there were troubles since the start, but I do not understand as to why his party dissidents or his ally parties did not opt to go against Imran Khan when he wanted a confidence vote last year. He went for a confidence vote in the National Assembly last year, but none of these dissidents or allies had gone against Imran Khan back in the day. All of these and all of these allies and his dissidents have actually fallen like a pack of cards within this past 1 month. So this does raise a lot of questions. And I cannot rule out any sort of conspiracy theory, because unfortunately no elected civilian Prime Minister has been able to finish his 5-year term in Pakistan, and that is extremely sad and unfortunate. Even the former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, when he was ousted, although Imran Khan was very happy about it, but even then, he also pointed out to certain conspiracy theories. He also continued to, make some serious allegations on the establishment just a few months ago. So, I cannot rule out any sort of conspiracy internally or externally, because it is unacceptable for me to fathom that after 75 years of our creation, we haven't been able to have a single one man elected civilian prime minister who was good enough to complete his term.
Yes, that's an important point there that is being made by Mona. Let me start wrapping the debate, and I'll begin with you, Ambassador K.C. Singh. Is the world now preparing for a minus Imran Pakistan era to look at its equation? Or is it too early?
From the Western point of view, they were concerned about this emerging axis of Pakistan, China, Russia, and particularly after the Ukraine war. And Imran Khan happened to be in Moscow the day the war started.
Yes.
So there's a signal he's sending to the West that not only was he playing both sides, he's very much in the corner of one side. Even when the Chinese have been reluctant to go out openly in support of Russia, they've only abstained at all the voting at the UN. Imran Khan seemed to just stand visibly in Putin's corner. So he may have that is something which he has pointed out earlier, the military wouldn't have liked. Most of their equipment is from the West, the advanced equipment. They would like to keep those channels open. They don't want to burn that. So I think Imran Khan's days are numbered. I think he's gone because once the military withdrew, the reason all these allies, as somebody said, packed up like a pack of cards is because the glue holding it up was the military.
Yes.
The minute it was known the military is not with him, all those people just packed up, and they are all transactional. They started looking to their interests.
Okay.
And they started looking to the next election. So now only thing is, what do we get next? An interim government, and then wait for some period, cooling of things, and then an election. The very people who are bringing him down today will have their interests at cross purposes. People's Party as well as PMLN. Within PMLN, would it be Nawaz's daughter or would it be his brother, Shahbaz? He was the one who was seen today signing the accord with the other opposition figures.
Of some kind of equation being worked out with Imran Khan. Is that possible, Yaqub Saab, that Imran Khan plus one of these? Can he himself, stage a coup in the opposition camp?
Well, I didn't get your question, but I would like to make a little comment on former ambassador. I, to some extent, agree with him. I personally believe in my observation, military establishment somehow looking for or to trying to normalize the relation with India. And I expect if there is a minus Imran or a minus PTI, they will be more comfortable and they will be well aligned with the next government to normalize ties with India as well.
Okay.
So it suits you. I mean, it suits Indian side because normally what we have experienced, what we have learned from the past is that PMLN was lenient with the India.
Okay.
Their policies were quite lenient.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get your question.
Yeah, but there's a piece of breaking news coming in now, and then I'll give the final words to Michael Kugelman. The PTI has called for a key meeting, and this is the meeting of National Security Committee. That is the meeting that has been called by the Pakistan Prime Minister. So Imran Khan's trying to send a message that all is well by continuing with these important meetings. Final words to you, Michael Kugelman. Imran Khan's moves will be watched out for. What will he be doing? Will he be coming up with some googlies, some surprises? For the moment, is the script looking predictable?
Yeah, I mean, the odds are certainly against him. But I never thought that he was going to resign before the vote. That would not reflect his personality. It would not reflect his way, his brand of politics. I mean, say what you will about him, but he is a fighter. I definitely give that to him. And even though he's lost his allies and including within his own party, I think that he's going to continue to try to negotiate and do what he can to try to get more votes in his favor so that he still would have a chance of surviving that no confidence vote in the coming days. I really don't think he's going to disappear. I don't think he's going to resign. I think he's going to want to stick around to face that vote of confidence in the parliament.
So Imran Khan most experts feel will be playing to the last ball, as his own party is now suggesting. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador KC Singh, Samad Yaqub, Michael Kugelman, Swasti Rao, Mona Alam. A story which is witnessing twists and turns every half an hour to an hour, perhaps. We'll continue to track very, very closely. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be some details of domestic politics here playing out in the national capital.
Neutrality. So we're seeing some of that appearing to bear fruit. And as you said, yes, the headline here is that both sides, Russia and Ukraine, saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon. And that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now, Russia, for its part, is offering 2 points, which they say will work towards de-escalation. The first is troop withdrawals, or drawing down their forces around Kyiv and around Chernihiv. And we understand from U.S. sources that they've seen visually that that's already starting to happen, that Russian battalions are already starting to pull back from those areas. And it comes after Russia had said that the first phase of the operation was over and that they were now going to focus on the east of the country. So it follows along those lines. And then the second point the Russian mediators are offering is, again, this possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are, of course, the most significant progress, rather, that we've seen with negotiations since the start of this conflict. But it is by no means an end to the conflict, an agreement, a treaty, or any of that. But it does begin to give hope that President Putin may be now finally willing to come to the table, which is something that even just a few days ago did not seem possible. But of course, this can't happen fast enough. You have millions of lives hanging in the balance, cities still trapped, besieged, caught between front lines, and of course a refugee crisis that grows and grows by the day.
And also, you were talking about these security guarantees. Ukraine wants reportedly written security guarantees from the P5 countries as well as some other regional powers. How feasible is this, given that one of those P5 countries happens to be Russia?
I think that's the point, is to have Russia sign the security agreement, to have Russia be one of the guarantors, to put Russia directly responsible in some ways for Ukraine's peace and security. Look, ultimately, this follows along the lines that Ukraine has been offering all along, which is neutrality. Ukraine says it will remain a neutral, non-nuclear nation. So what that means is that those who guarantee Ukraine's security, who guarantee peace and stability in this country, must be all sides. They can't lean on just one or the other, because, again, the point here is neutrality. So it very much fits that parameter. It fits that idea that Ukraine is not going to join NATO, that it's not going to lean on its Western allies only, that it is going to be, again, a sort of Austrian-style model nation that draws its security from all sides.
All right, Salma Abdulaziz, for the moment, many thanks for joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. So there seems to be, after 34 days, some bit of progress, but we'll see how it plays out on the ground. The Ukrainian side believes that the moving of the venue of these negotiations from Belarus, remember the first few rounds were held in Belarus, to Turkey now, is in itself a win. So could Turkey become an increasingly important factor in restoring peace? Now, if you were to look at the strategic as well as economic ties that Turkey has, it has good ties with both Ukraine and Russia. That's why, even though Turkey has publicly opposed Russia's aggression, it has not joined the West in imposing sanctions. Turkey also, at the same time, has been providing what's called the Bayraktar drones to Ukraine and supported its territorial integrity. But Russia is providing almost a third of Turkey's oil and natural gas. It also sends millions of tourists to Turkey every single year. Russia's also made a $20 billion commitment to Turkey's first nuclear power plant. Turkey's also, much like India has, purchased the Russian-made S-400 missile defense system, the first batch of which has already been delivered. Now, Ankara's ties with Moscow have enabled multiple military operations in Syria, and this, of course, will have huge security implications for Turkey, not least because it's a bordering country. But at the same time, Turkey also values its relationship with the West. In fact, Turkey is a member of NATO, and that's why a cautious Turkey gives it the space to pursue efforts without risking any country. But it's not just Turkey, it's also India, which has got a lot to gain because of the neutral stand that it has seemingly taken in this war. Back in 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea, India refused to condemn Moscow. New Delhi also recognizing Russia's legitimate
Welcome back. The face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over Kashmir Files movie refuses to die down. After Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal demanded on the floor of the Assembly that Kashmir Files should be put on YouTube and Doordarshan in response to BJP's demand to make the movie tax-free, the BJP held protests outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, meanwhile, made some sensational allegations that the activists of the BJP's youth wing, BJYM, attacked and damaged CCTV cameras as well as security barriers at Kejriwal's residence, and it was a plot to murder the AAP Supremo.
आम आदमी पार्टी की प्रचंड जीत और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिली 0 सीट के बाद बीजेपी इस हरकत पे उतर आई है कि अब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की हत्या करवाना चाहती है। वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को मारना चाहती है। आज पुलिस की मौजूदगी में पुलिस के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडे मुख्यमंत्री जी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर पे पहुंचाए गए। उनका सीसीटीवी तोड़े गए, उनके घर के, उनके बूम बैरियर तोड़े गए, सिक्योरिटी के बूम बैरियर तोड़े गए उनके घर के, और सब कुछ पुलिस की मौजूदगी में हुआ। मैं बीजेपी को कहना चाहता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को हाथ लगाने की कोशिश मत करो। इस तरह से हमला करके उनकी हत्या करवाने की साजिश करोगे, ये देश बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
This whole comment of Manish Sisodia that this was an attempt to assassinate can only be described as hysterical and is only a figment of Manish Sisodia's imagination. And I draw strong exception to him referring to the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha Karyakartas as Gunda.
And joining me now, Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, Reena Gupta, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Shazia Ilmi, how is vandalism in the name of protest acceptable?
Well, I don't know about vandalism, but I remember that's how Aam Aadmi Party started when Reena Gupta was nowhere in the scene, and all the newbies that I see now on now that the party is formed. The whole Anna Hazare movement was about picketing MPs' houses and protesting against what's going on. So if the youth Karyakartas of BJP are protesting against what Kejriwal is saying and alluding to and mocking the Kashmir Files, and now that he's exposed Kejriwal and his entire government on what they did with the Kashmiri Migrant Teachers Association. So, and if the students are protesting as is their right, because Kejriwal was the one who stood with Kanhaiya about the right to protest, why would Manish Sisodia allude that they're trying to assassinate him? Okay. I mean, it's quite hilarious,
Reena, what evidence does the Aam Aadmi Party have to say that this was an assassination bid? Is it taking it too far?
Maria, this is no ordinary citizen. This is the Chief Minister of Delhi. You show me one place in the country where Gundas can reach the Chief Minister's residence, point number one. And there is enough footage. Can I complete, please, Shazia? I feel really sad, Shazia, that every time you get an opportunity to speak only when there is something related to Aam Aadmi Party.
That's
so
a topic.
Let me complete, please.
I'm sorry,
let
that's
me
a
complete.
topic of the discussion.
Shazia, can I complete?
Reena, she is the spokesperson of the BJP. We get her on all the subjects, multiple subjects, not just related to the Aam Aadmi Party. Yes, please go ahead, Reena.
So, Maria, have you heard of this anywhere in the country that Gundas reach the Chief Minister's residence like they did today? This was done in connivance with Delhi police. There are huge barriers in front of the Chief Minister's house. All those barriers were removed today. The Delhi police, which reports to Mr. Amit Shah, was in connivance with the Gundas of Bharatiya Janata Party. Gundas like Tejasvi Surya, who have made it big in Bharatiya Janata Party only because of the fact that
if you call them Gundas, then
this is
all
the
of us
playbook
were
of
Gundas,
Bharatiya
not
Janata
you,
Party.
because you were not part of the
that
team, but Kejriwal would be the biggest Gunda.
You know, Shazia, one point being made by Reena is something that I will ask as well. The question is, the Chief Minister's residence is supposed to be a high security zone. There are multiple barricades before one can reach close to the gate of the Chief Minister's home. Where was Delhi's police?
Can I complete, please, Maria?
Well, you know something, I want to ask you. I want to ask Sheila one question. Sheila Dixit used to say exactly the same thing. And we were picked up by the police, by the same Delhi police.
The Chief Minister of Delhi is not
safe. So it's quite hilarious.
The Chief Minister of Delhi is not safe. What about the rest of
what did Arvind say? मैं तो आम आदमी हूँ. मुझे कोई security नहीं चाहिए. मुझे कोई हमला नहीं चाहिए.
Shazia, let us speak for 30 seconds, please. Please, patience. Yes, Reena, finish your point.
I'm aghast as a mother, as a citizen of Delhi. This is the security situation in Delhi under Mr. Amit Shah, that whoever he wants can be attacked in connivance with Delhi police. If the Chief Minister of a city, of a state is not safe and secure, what happens to the rest of us? I mean, जिसके चाहें आप, जिसके चाहें गुंडे भेज दीजिए. यही आपका मॉडल है.
Can you imagine? This is the state of Delhi that the Chief Secretary Anshu Prakash is beaten up. Is beaten up by Arvind Kejriwal and his MLAs.
Let's talk about today. What happened today? Why did the Bharatiya Janata Party, why were they allowed to
reach country that the Chief Secretary, because he refuses to pass the budget?
The Delhi police was
and tell me something, I have another question for you, my dear lady. My dear lady, Chief Minister said that we are all ordinary people. That is my name.
Reena and Shazia, you don't have to outshout each other because whatever the point that you're trying to make is not getting communicated. I have exactly 2 minutes now. I'm going to begin with Shazia. Final comments to you, Reena. Just a moment. Shazia has a point. Yes, Shazia, go ahead.
They lost Delhi.
So first of all, it's never happened in the history of India that the Chief Secretary is beaten up and by the MLAs of a party on the watch of the Chief Minister. That Chief Minister happens
Reena, you'll have to wait. Reena, wait. I'm coming to you.
It's very embarrassing. This is for the first time that, this is the same Aam Aadmi Party which said the Chief Minister is an ordinary citizen. Now he's being talked about as this person, and the whole party came into being by picketing people, MPs and ministers. That's what we did, Reena. You forgot it. Because you have nothing to do. This is what Aam Aadmi Party, how it came into existence and being.
This was an attack on Arvind Kejriwal because Arvind Kejriwal is now winning elections all over the country, so the Bharatiya Janata Party is
Yes, Shazia, one moment. Shazia and Reena, the question will be asked, Shazia, that the CCTV footage has captured BJP workers. They break the boom barrier. They reach till the home of the Chief Minister.
Yes, we all did that, of course. In Nirbhaya Andolan, in Anna Hazare Andolan, we did all of that. As part of Arvind's team, on Arvind's instruction, we went to MP, we went to Sheila Dixit's house. How many times? How many times did we go to Sheila Dixit's house? No, how many times did we go to Sheila Dixit's house? Arvind told us to go to Sheila Dixit's house. No, Reena was not there. Yeah, we were told to break barriers. Janta ki sarkar hai. That was Arvind used to say.
The question is, it all begins with Kashmir files. It all begins with Kashmir files. Reena Gupta now. Shazia, you have made your point.
Reena, the barriers have been removed and CCTV cameras were not broken. I'm sure you broke them, Reena.
Okay. One moment. Reena, the question here is,
and Jarwal beat up the chief secretary because he refused to increase the budget of advertising. And you want Vivek Agnihotri's films to be tax-free?
Maria, can I speak now, or you want only Shazia to speak?
No, Shazia has made a point. Shazia, you've made your point now. Reena, the question is the reaction also coming from Aam Aadmi Party rather exaggerated? Where is this, and why should it be dragged to the level of being an assassination attempt on the Chief Minister?
Maria, you see the whole conspiracy which happened today. This is a heavily guarded area. You have hundreds of Delhi police personnel standing there. They were all asked not to be present. The CCTV cameras were broken. The boom barriers were removed. And then you have you seen the footage? Then you have these gundas led by their Tejaswi Surya, a member of parliament. They are beating up people over there. They are breaking the CCTV cameras. They wanted to get inside the Chief Minister's residence. And you know, this cannot be allowed. What was the Delhi police doing? The Delhi police, which comes directly under Mr. Amit Shah, were they directed by Mr. Amit Shah to look the other way while the BJP gundas get inside the Chief Minister's residence and do I don't know what was their plan? You know, they obviously wanted
but
to
to
attack
say that the BJP is rattled with the growth of the Aam Aadmi Party, how correct is it? Because they were not really in the fight with you in Punjab.
Maria, they've been losing Delhi again and again. They are so scared that they've postponed the Delhi MCD elections. They are scared of losing in Delhi. They know that right now the only party that can only defeat Bharatiya Janata Party is Aam Aadmi Party. And that is the reason they are frustrated. Why have they postponed the elections in Delhi? Because they are scared
these people lie through their teeth. It is the same Manish Sisodia who said, it is the same money. Be quiet now. Allow me, Maria. This is not fun at all.
Okay, okay, Reena.
It is the same money.
Reena, you have to wait. Reena, Shazia, please. Shazia on the screen. Shazia on the screen only. Yes, Shazia. Yes.
30 seconds.
Shazia.
30 seconds is all I see.
Yes, 30 seconds is all I have on the show. Yes, go ahead.
It is the same Manish Sisodia who said during a very sensitive time that Delhi police is burning the buses in Jamia, if you remember. And the footage came out, it was the Delhi police which was saving the buses, and there were onlookers who said no, they were miscreants. It is the same Manish Sisodia who said that the SC ordered monitoring committee has not reached them, and that Delhi did not, Mr. Guleria was not part of it. And he was proven wrong because the interim report had gone to them. It is the same Manish Sisodia who has lied and has been caught so many times. And also, it's never happened that a chief secretary has been beaten up and the MLAs are charge-sheeted. Arvind Kejriwal calls the chief secretary 12 o'clock in the night and beats up
Reena, will evidence be provided by the Aam Aadmi Party to the allegation of it being a murder plot?
No, so everybody saw how the protest went on.
Reena,
so stop lying. Stop lying. Your game is up.
Reena, will evidence be provided by Aam Aadmi Party that this was a larger plot?
The evidence will
and
come
nobody's
out.
really interested in
Today the attack has happened. The evidence will come out.
Delusions.
But the point,
You're deluded. Delusion of grandeur.
The only person who is deluded right now. I don't want to call these names, but I really feel
Reena,
very
thank you so much for joining us.
Shazia.
And Shazia, you'll be joining me for the next debate. Let's bring in the next topic on News Epicenter this evening. Just a year back, Mamata Banerjee won Bengal with an overwhelming majority. And she was projected as a leader who can give BJP a run for its money. But 13 months is a long time in politics. With the ghastly incident in Birbhum, in fact, 11 months I will say is a long time. With the ghastly incident in Birbhum that has claimed 9 lives till now, Didi's national stock has taken a dip. Meanwhile, 2 days back, Mamata Banerjee gave a call for opposition unity and wrote a letter to non-BJP chief ministers asking them to come together against BJP's misuse of central agencies, within quotes. The West Bengal chief minister called for a meeting to discuss strategies to take on the Saffron party and also to commit to a unified and principled opposition that will make way for the government that the country deserves. Create that. At this time, when a party and her government is at the receiving end, facing a lot of questions, her call for national opposition unity seems to have struck a discordant note and has found no takers so far, with Orissa Chief Minister claiming that he has not got any such letter and CPM asking TMC to make its intentions clear. So the big question remains, will Mamata's call for a united opposition find any takers? Shazia Ilmi continues to be with us, and Dr. Shashi Panja is Bengal Minister and TMC spokesperson. Dr. Panja, when Mamata Banerjee won Bengal, she came to Delhi and there was a lot of focus on her. The lens was on her, the spotlight was on her, that she was seen as this face that can take on the BJP. She said that she knows how to bell the cat, she has the formula. And then the challenges emerged from within. The challenge for the Chief Minister right now is that she has to govern the state of Bengal, and we are seeing multiple reports about the law and order failure emerging every day. Is this a reading? I mean, the reading certainly is that is being done by the BJP, that a cornered Mamata Banerjee is trying to give this call for a larger opposition unity.
No, this is absolutely untrue, or I would say the interpretation is not fully correct. You see, you have seen in the past too that Mamata Banerjee has appealed to the opposition parties for opposition unity even before. And she said that the face of the opposition unity need not be defined from now. Let all parties unite. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. That was always mentioned, and there have been deliberations and conversations, discussions everywhere. And our leaders have been meeting the leaders of the various opposition parties. Even she has gone even up to Maharashtra, met the Chief Minister, then has spoken to M.K. Stalin, etc. Now, the point is calling for opposition unity is not new. But the point is that this is the demand now, because we are in a very stressed condition. We means not TMC, the country as a whole. You see, what we have seen that when Bengal, according to BJP, could not be conquered. That's what they thought, that they wanted to capture and conquer. But that's not, those two words were totally incorrect. I mean, you need to win electorally in a democratic fashion.
They were looking at conquering Bengal.
No, they always said so. Achha. Yes, they always wanted to conquer and capture. But that was never the terminology which is used here.
But Dr. Panja, don't you think the bigger challenge, because she's the Chief Minister of a state, and the challenge has to be to address to the concerns which are there regarding law and order. We have seen a ghastly incident that has taken place where women and children have been burnt alive. And instead of looking for solutions and trying to have that confidence building measure with people in that village, here is the Chief Minister talking about and the larger conspiracy of the centre. How is there a conspiracy here when there are fights within the two factions which are clearly associated with your own party?
Absolutely correct. You know, here is the Chief Minister who actually visited the site, not like other leaders of the country who don't visit when farmers get mowed down or other incidents of sexual violence when it takes place. The leaders of our opposition party don't visit. But Mamata Banerjee visited the place. So here is the Chief Minister who was on ground zero and live on television, live on media when she was speaking to those families.
Shazia, here is a functioning Chief Minister available for her people. Then why is your fact-finding committee come down heavily on the state administration? And this was on expected lines. I'm sure we do not expect the BJP to laud the efforts that have been made by the Bengal government. But look at the words that have been used, that everything seems to be collapsing there.
Well, you know, it's pretty much like...
the law and order machinery has totally collapsed. That's what your MPs have said in this report.
What do you think? What does anybody think? I mean, 2 children and 6 women are charged to death. This goes on. And police behaves like a feudal army, private army of Mamata Banerjee. And that she visits the scene is considered a great thing. Marie and Antoinette visits and says, oh, action must be taken. I mean, just see what's happening there. West Bengal has become the killing fields. So just to obfuscate and run away from the grim and gruesome situation and the violence that she can't contain and is not in control of, and has become a hapless watcher and observer of things having gone completely amok, she now gives a call for opposition unity. I mean, it's not just rich, and I think it's pretty savage, what is happening there. And it's shameful that Mamta's people are rallying around her at a very cruel time when the people in West Bengal are suffering and witnessing a carnage that is unheard of for years and years. I mean, 30, 40 years ago, we used to hear these incidents happening in UP and Bihar. And now it's happening right now. The huts were set ablaze. They were beaten up.
Yes.
And they were locked up.
Yes.
And now Mamta shows up and is live on TV.
Dr. Panja, Dr. Panja, yes. Dr. Panja will respond.
No.
Yes.
I have to respond.
Yes.
I have to respond because I stay in this state.
It is answerable
I stay in this state and I'm a member of the Legislative Assembly of the state.
Yes, Dr.
Excuse me.
Panja, go ahead.
No,
Yes.
don't get overboard
Yes.
because I was
Dr. Panja,
listening to your conversation.
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying is here is a government which instantly condemned the incident, took actions against the negligent police, and at the same time set up the SIT, and now is cooperating with the CBI. The investigation is on. Look at the delegation which visited. I am not criticizing, but just have a look at the members. They are former IPS officers and IAS officers. All are now BJP members. Let me respond to...
Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Shashi Panja and Shazia Ilmi have really run short of time. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
But there is skepticism over Putin's intentions. Will he use the talks and the proposed pullback as a smokescreen to plan a fresh offensive? So recent developments in Ukraine have been signaling a shift in Putin's strategy. The Russians are now starting to look east. After the peace talks in Istanbul, Russian troops have already started withdrawing from Kiev, the capital. But where are these troops going to, and why this recalibration of military efforts? Let's bring up the map of Ukraine. Russia is going to radically reduce the troops that are concentrated in Kiev, which is the capital, and Chernihiv, which is in the northeast, right on the border with Belarus. The focus is going to be to move a bulk of these troops towards the Donbass. This is the eastern belt. This is the belt that borders Russia and Ukraine. And they want to liberate the Donetsk and the Luhansk People's Republic. This is what it started off with, this entire operation. So what this does, it moves a significant number of troops away from the western and central parts of Ukraine all the way to the Donbass, as well as to Crimea. Crimea is the small peninsula which Russia had annexed back in 2014. So it bolsters Crimea's defenses as well. So it's clear that two things. One, the Russian strategy of trying to encircle Kiev has not worked. There were reports about these miles-long convoys stuck on the outskirts of Kiev. So they're moving away a significant portion of troops from there. And two, consolidating position in Crimea, as well as trying to liberate the Donbass region. Now, what was interesting in those talks, there was a surprise element in today's talks in Istanbul. The Russian billionaire and the former owner of the Chelsea football club, Roman Abramovich, was seen at the peace negotiations. He was purportedly one of the members of the negotiating team, although his role is unclear. The Kremlin is saying he's not an official member of the Russian delegation, but his appearance comes, very interestingly, a day after there were reports that he and a couple of others had shown symptoms of poisoning. Remember, last week, Abramovich had gone to the Kremlin. He'd given a handwritten note from Ukrainian President Zelensky to President Putin of Russia, to which Putin reportedly told Abramovich to tell Zelensky that he will thrash him. So it was interesting to see Roman Abramovich as part of that Russian delegation, even though officially they are not saying that he is part of the delegation. But Ukraine may be abandoning its drive for NATO membership, Russia deciding to reduce its military activity in Kiev and in Chernihiv, but there seem to be some sticking points. Sticking point number one is the issue of neutrality. Russia insists that Ukraine has to be a neutral power. Ukraine is resistant because it has to change its constitution to ensure that there is neutrality. Number two, Ukraine wants written security guarantees from as many as 8 countries, the US, UK, and others, also regional powers. It wants written security guarantees that in the event that Ukraine were to be attacked, these countries will come to its defense. Also, the other big sticking point is the annexation of Crimea. Right now, Ukraine does not recognize the annexation of Crimea. What they have proposed is a 15-year negotiation process to see where the recognition of Crimea moves. And of course, the other contentious one is the recognition of the independence, the liberation, as the Russians call it, of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which is in the Donbass. I want to go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who is joining us from Lviv in Ukraine, in the western city. So the 6th round of talks in Istanbul producing some kind of a breakthrough, Russia agreeing to drastically reduce its military activity around Kiev and in Cherniv. What has brought this about, and what would it mean on the ground over the next few days?
I wouldn't even begin to try to suspect what President Putin's intentions or mindset is as to why we're seeing this progress right now. But as you mentioned, it's been 6 rounds of talks. There has been progressively some progress made on these issues around mediation, this issue around neutrality. So we're seeing some of that appearing to bear fruit. And as you said, yes, the headline here is that both sides, Russia and Ukraine, saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon. And that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they are working on a counter.
Namaste. A judge in a sessions court in Jammu and Kashmir asked today, why has no charge sheet been filed in the last 31 years? The representative of the main accused, charged with murder, tried to disrupt the proceedings in court. Time has now been given until the 16th of April 2022 before the hearing commences and a proper report is filed. Let's jog back a little. In 1991, Farooq Ahmad Dar said, and I quote, Satish Kumar Tikku was the first person I killed. I got the orders from the above to kill him. He was a Hindu boy. Fact is, Farooq Ahmad Dar and Satish Tikku were friends. Farooq Dar, or Bitta Karate, then went about openly claiming that he had brutally killed not 1 or 2 but more than 40 Kashmiris, all Hindus. For 31 years, the family of Satish Tikku has been denied justice. For 31 years, those who shielded such terrorists, those who shielded and used such bigoted brutes to push their own political agenda have escaped punishment. The true predators are those who deliberately weaponized Islam and unleashed a pogrom to ethnically cleanse the valley of its soul. This was planned to ensure that the 7th time Hinduism is totally erased from Rishi Kashyap's Kashmir. This was not just political ambition, but also deep-rooted design to trigger the downfall of a civilization and also uprooting its cradle, Kashmir. Those who cloaked themselves nationalist in Delhi, communist in Jammu, and revealed their true Islamist nature in Srinagar need to be punished, for they are the true predators. Sadly, this lot has thrived over the last 3 decades, while those that were raped, murdered, looted, hounded, and displaced have silently suffered. It's ironical that the courts in Jammu and Kashmir until August 2019 swore by a different constitution and adhered to a different penal code, where justice for Kashmiri Hindus was a dream. Sadly, the top courts in our country have also been callous, perhaps prey to the false narrative peddled that these 4 lakh plus families left on their own accord and that there was no jihad waged, no calls for Ralif, Salif, Ghalib, and that these educated, well-to-do, progressive, Bharat-loving people left their homes, their lands and uprooted themselves to live in fragile tents on lands full of scorpions and snakes with no food and water, living on doles of 500 rupees a month. Let me ask you, will you do that? Then how can you believe they would have done it? How could the courts have turned them away? How come Hindus across the rest of India failed to stand up for them? How come Muslims across the rest of India failed to challenge these radicals and reject their Islamist intent? We need to change this. And perhaps today's session court hearing is the first baby step that they finally punish the predators. These are some of the open and shut cases, ladies and gentlemen. Kashmir's killers. Bitta Karate, first up, admitted to killing 30 to 40 Hindus in Kashmir in 1990. He's dubbed the butcher of Pandits. The next one, Yasin Malik, admitted to killing Kashmiri Hindu Justice Neelkant Ganju, admitted to killing 4 unarmed IAF officers. There is also Javed Ahmed Mir, co-accused in the killing of the 4 IAF personnel in 1990, Jan 1990. They are open and shut cases, no justice. And now look at what the courts have done to the Kashmiri Pandits. July 2017, the Supreme Court rejected a PIL seeking probe into the 1990s killings. October 2017, review petition for the probe was dismissed, no hearing. December 2019, the Supreme Court rejected a plea to try Yasin Malik, the murderer of over 700 Kashmiri Pandits had been listed. The murder of over 700 Kashmiri Pandits had been listed. The Supreme Court said, you sat on it for 27 years. Where will the evidence come from, they asked. PILs have been filed by Roots in Kashmir, an NGO. Will they get justice? Will the predators ever be punished? Is it time to punish the predators? Will the courts do it? That's what we ask. The Kashmir Files, Bitta Karate. Tell us what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Tweet about it, coo about it. More importantly, think about it. Let it come into your consciousness that a nation kept quiet when its people were being cleansed out of their own homeland. Charu Pragya, national spokesperson of the BJP, with us. I have Ahmed Ayaz, political analyst. But first, I'll start with Amit Raina, spokesperson, Roots in Kashmir, a Kashmiri activist himself. Amit Raina, why were you silent for 27 years? Why is this case being filed after 31 years? Where were you, Amit Raina? Where were you?
And by the time I became competent to do something, I went to the court. My organization went to the court and we filed the petition. The question is not where was I for 27 years. The question is where was Supreme Court for 27 years. An institution which takes so moto cognizance on anything and everything, including how BCCI should be running the cricket in this country, unfortunately chose to ignore the biggest genocide in the independent India. When the Honorable Court asked us where were we for 27 years, I was sitting in the court and I had the same thought saying, where were you for 27 years? How come you did not see thousands of killings, a mass exodus, ethnic cleansing of a community in front of you? So the question is, where was the state for 27 years? Where was the judicial system for 27 years? There were affairs lodged in these cases. We asked the Honorable Court, said, okay, give us a sense of closure. You don't want to, you are saying there's no way that there will be there will be evidences available. One, that is for not you to comment on, because that is what investigating agencies and the prosecution should say, that they cannot complete the investigation, they cannot prosecute. But even if you say so, then at least ask the state government to give us a status report and file for the closure, at least give us sense of closure. So neither the court was willing to give us a sense of closure, neither was the court willing to take the justice forward. You need to remember that Supreme Court is a place where even a petition written on a postcard has got admitted and multiple times and justice delivered. So it was somewhere a failure of the system. It was an intention failure. I honestly don't know. Honorable judges and honorable court in its wisdom took that judgment, but it was very disappointing. Now we are only hoping that today what the Sessions Court has done is a welcome step. And one needs to remember that this is not only one Satish Tikku. There have been hundreds of Satish Tikkus who have been killed. There are hundreds of Gija Tikku who have been raped and brutally murdered. And one by one, you cannot fast track the trial. You will have to form an SIT. The Supreme Court should form an SIT under itself, bring all cases together, and move them to Jammu. See, I remember one case of B.K. Ganju.
Yeah.
Every time his wife used to go to the court, she used to remember that dreadful day her husband was killed and she was made to eat the blood-soaked rice and she used to faint.
Yes.
And unfortunately, such was a terror Bitta Karate had created, and that the disposition could not happen. Plus, it was in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, where there was anywhere fair. They also need to move the cases to NCR, or a place where there is no fear, and take it forward. Bangladesh, if Bangladesh, a smaller democracy, a nation which came in existence only in 97,
yes,
can go and prosecute Jamaat-e-Islami cadre for persecuting and ethnically cleansing the East Bengalis, or now the Bangladeshis, in 1971. We are world's largest democracy with such a robust judiciary system. I fail to understand why the courts have not taken cognizance. Somewhere in this movie there's a dialogue, कि political party किसी की भी हो, system हमारा है. And I hope that the honorable court will prove it wrong, that system is for delivering justice, वो किसी का नहीं है.
But this is not it's not the first time that the courts have not picked up cases which are old. 30 साल गुजर गए Amit Shah. If the courts turn around and ask you, where are you going to get the evidence from? Today the court has asked, why has no charge sheet been filed?
No, there are enough. There is Yasin Malik of camera at a neutral place called London, where he admits killing Air Force officers. You look at the irony of the situation. 2010, I filed an RTI with Air Force saying that 4 of your officers have been killed. And are you sure there are 4 of your officers who died in uniform? And they said, no, contact CBI. So they said, charge sheet not filed, we are not bound to give further information. So after 30 years, after 20 years, the case was still under investigation. After 22 years, and nothing had happened. And even today, the case is under investigation. It is not, the proofs are not available. It is not, the evidence is not available. In most of the cases, witnesses are available. Satish Tikku's family's witnesses are available. B.K. Ganju's killing witnesses are available. Air Force officers killing witnesses are available. But the state and the judiciary has to step in and has to assure the victims, the families of the victims, that we will deliver justice. You just come forward without any fear. And I hope that of our petition. You need to understand, 2018, the Delhi High Court of Sajjan Kumar versus CBI on the Sikh rights says it is our duty to deliver justice to the people who have been waiting. That was exactly 34 years after the Sikh rights happened. So 27 years where most of the witnesses are still alive, where the people who committed those heinous crimes are alive. I think they need to set in a precedent that this is not going to be acceptable. Because if you don't do it now, you will have Kashmir happening in every part of the country, where people will say, oh, the state does not act, and so let us go and do it. You will if you want return of Kashmiri Pandits in true sense, you don't want them guinea pigs in the name of Kashmir. You want Kashmiri Pandits back in true sense. The first step on the return of Kashmiri Pandits, or the rehabilitation of Kashmiri Pandits, is justice. That is the foremost.
Charu Pragya, do you want to respond? Because you are being accused of politically appropriating the cause of the Kashmiri Pandits because it's politically suitable to you, but you've not done much.
Anand, let me begin by telling everyone that it was in 2020 that for the first time the incident that took place in Kashmir was called a genocide. Before 2020, nobody even called it a genocide inside Parliament. This happened in 2020 under Modi ji's government. That was the first time. Another point I want to raise is, yes, I
6 years. 6 years after you came to power.
Justice denied.
6 years after you came to power in Parliament.
Yes, and I understand. I understand that,
Yeah.
Anand. I'm not here to mince my words today. I am here to speak the truth. And I want to say, I understand that justice delayed is justice denied, but here is a government which is pushing all the issues which need to be raised, whether it is ensuring 370 is removed, which was the first thing that needed to be done in the valley. We have to remember that in 2006, under Public Safety Act, when a person like Bitta Karate was released from jail, because I'll tell you the observation of the Tada court. You know what the Tada court said? Tada court said the public prosecutor did not take enough interest to gather sufficient evidence. Can you believe that? 16 years in jail and the government could not be bothered to gather sufficient evidence to put a man who has admitted to killing 20, 30, 40 Hindus on video for everybody to see. This was done under Manmohan Singh's government. This was a government which tolerated terror, which encouraged terror because it suited their politics. Ours is a government which has a zero tolerance policy. And I'm going to repeat and say this. Things might take time because it is a mess which has been created over decades. But here we are, finally, on our way to resolve it. I wish there was some way to go back 30 years, begin again and ensure every one of these people, not just Bitta Karate, even those people who took to the streets, who decided not to speak out against the atrocities, who decided to stay mum that night of the genocide. During those months the genocide carried on. All of them need to be put to task. All of them need to be punished.
No, but so far the government has deterred from forming an SIT, forming a collective of all the cases. There is a curative petition which again Amit Raina had to go and file again in the Supreme Court. We don't even know the status of that curative petition, whether it will be admitted or whether it will be junked. Is there an update there on that, Amit Raina?
No, as of now we don't have.
They don't have. Now, Charu Pragya?
I wish I knew what was happening in the Supreme Court. We know that judiciary is independent. But I want to just say this. When you were talking about forming an SIT, in the 2020 Parliament debate that I'm mentioning, there was also a demand raised for a high-level probe to be conducted, for the Kashmiri files to be reopened, for these cases to be reheard. I have said this before, I'll say this again. If the 84 files can be reopened for the Sikh genocide, why not these?
Amit Raina wants to say something. Yes, Amit Raina. Then I'll go to Ahmed Ayazi.
Nothing. Irrespective of the way Honorable Court comes with its judgment on admitting or dismissing the plea, nothing stops Government of India from forming an SIT. They have executive powers to do so. And if in 2020 the Government of India acknowledged that what happened in Kashmir to Kashmiri Pandit was genocide, I do not know and haven't seen any mechanism which is being created to address that genocide. Let's not use word genocide only to throw weight. If you are saying there's a genocide that has happened, then there are enough precedents across globe on how those genocides have to be addressed. And I have not seen in a single step of moving forward. All we talk about is we have given 200 jobs to Kashmiri Pandits, we have given 400 jobs to Kashmiri Pandits, we are treating Kashmiri Pandits as guinea pig in the name of Kashmirians. But the core issue, one needs to realize Kashmiri Pandit rehabilitation in Kashmir is only possible if there is justice. And I have not seen any document. The only document which I've seen which mentions the word genocide is a press statement which was issued by Rajiv Goswami, I think. So Rajiv Goswami was the Home Secretary when they banned Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, saying this organization was responsible for genocide of Kashmiri Hindus. Apart from that, press release, I haven't seen a government document doing so. And if Government of India admits that it's a genocide, then there has to be immediate action on reversing that genocide.
Right. Now, these are some of the instances before I bring in Ahmed Ayaz. 1984 riots case against Kamal Nath was reopened. 2018, 186 cases in the anti-Sikh massacre, SIT has been formed. 2013, 1984, cases against Jagdish Titler reopened. 2011, CBI got nod to reinvestigate the Malegaon case. 2008, the CBI probe into the Nanded blast case. 2006, the Supreme Court ordered the reopening of the Gujarat riot cases. First of all, basic changes in the lexicon has not happened. 1984 is still called riot. Kashmiri Pandits are still called migrants. They are not called displaced or refugees. The narrative still continues to stay कि आप तो अच्छा है, you are all right, there's no big deal. Ahmad Ayaz साहब, there were so many people who were against radicals, Kashmiri Muslims who were against what was going on. They have also not opened their mouth. And why is it that people like Bitta Karate and Yasin Malik continue to get political patronage and the high office and place in the highest of the offices?
Before that, it's not that cases have not tried courts. There was a case against Bitta Karate put under PSA, and that also was said before. And thereafter, Kashmir Roots has also filed a case in the court saying that if the people will just they filed a case. The court rejected it on the basis that it's an old case and prove it would be a difficulty. So it's not that they have not done it. And now that today the book, the Karate has the book under error funding or something, this is going on. You see, we have to realize that there is a system and we have to go with the system. If we say that there is leave the system, then we'll have to say whatever courts are doing, okay then, right? Well, we have a right to contest, there's no doubt about it also. But as on today, we will have to leave the system prevailing. So in that process, the court is doing its job and let the court do it. Today they have again started with the sessions court. We don't know how it proves, how it gets through. Why? Because whether it would be possible for the sessions court to pursue, because the Supreme Court has already said, rejected the case. Of course, that is a thing to be seen in the future. But the larger point is that I personally don't feel that by doing all these things, things are going to settle in favor of the Kashmiri Pandit, because the main issue right now would be to see that how best they could be settled back, to see that they live together with their brother in Kashmir the way they have been living earlier. That must be the concentration. But today we say that a lot of things are happening. The other day there was a Kashmir film, and that also contains, there's a potential of dividing the people, creating a hatred, and there is nothing to say that people have been living together very well, and there are examples which can be quoted that people before 90 together have been living, whether it was a Sikh, whether it was a Muslim or a Kashmiri Pandit, how they have been living in Kashmir. I think there won't be any example in the world. And that is never said. But what is said is all negative things are being brought in to see that the people get divided. So I think that should not be the thing. The only thing should be we should work out to see that how best we can concentrate to see that they are well.
Ahmad Ayaz sahab, with due respect to you, you were alive at the time when this entire valley was cleansed of Hindus in the 90s. Please hold your heart, hand to your heart and tell me how many non-Hindu Kashmiris took to the streets and stood up to these radical forces and to the political forces and said, no, you will not allow them, we will not let them leave Kashmir. And how many of them actually stood at their doorstep and said, bhag jao yahan se. Meri jaan ko bhi khatra hai, tum bhi bhag jao. And then they encroached upon their own houses.
Well, there had been a situation, very scary situation in 89-90 when the killing stars began with the attacks on the Diaji's house, Ali Muhammad Watali's house, then the killing of Taplu, and then the Gunju. Killing started and it became scary because since it was all of a sudden for everybody, so it was scary. It was scary for everybody. To say that it was aimed against the Kashmiri Pandits alone, I don't think that is fair.
No, but they were the only people, the Pandits or the Hindus were the only one, non-Muslims were the only one who were asked to. No, Ahmad Ayaz sahab, non-Muslims were the only ones who were asked to leave Kashmir. No, Ahmad sahab. I'm not saying that Kashmiri Muslims were not killed, but who was asked to leave Kashmir? And how many other Kashmiris, non-Hindu Kashmiris actually stood up there and said, nobody, koi chhod ke nahi jayega. Hum sab jayenge, ya to sab jayenge, ya koi nahi jayega. How many of them said that?
Anand, I would take a second, but please don't interrupt. I will speak everything.
Ji.
When the situation was so scary in 90, it was for everybody. It was not only Kashmiri Pandit or a Kashmiri Muslim. It was for everybody living in the Kashmir. But the problem
No,
became
no, no.
because
Anand,
these-
Well, let him speak. Let him complete and then respond, Charupragya. Let him complete. Yeah.
since there was this, since KPs were the minority, it definitely created a fair amongst them. And then they had an option to go to Jammu because they had something. And it was also said that they had a patronage by Governor Jagmohan, and they were told you go for some time and then come back. Let us see. That of course it would even those Muslims who could afford to go outside the Jammu and Kashmir, outside the Kashmir, that time they also did. It is not that the Kashmiri Muslims did not migrate.
No,
All
don't
those who
try
could
and
afford,
please
they
don't
also
try and balance this out, Ahmadiyya Sahab. I have all the condolences and also compassion to all those Kashmiri families who have lost loved ones at the hands of the radicals. But I also will hold up a board, and I'll also hold this one and flag out and very clearly say that all of Kashmir did not stand up for their fellow non-Muslim Kashmiris. If all of them had stood up and said कि कोई बाहर नहीं जाएगा, या तो सब जाएंगे या कोई नहीं जाएगा, then it would not have happened. You may say 89-90 the situation was very bad, but then what happened in 95? What happened in 99? What happened in 2000, 2005? 31 years later, how many people are standing there and say, no, we want everybody, each one of them to come back? Even now you are saying it is fear, it is fear. I am just saying, sir, if they are not getting justice, nobody will get justice. That's the reality. And this is what I am questioning. The silence of this majority of people who are against radicalism. They kept quiet when the valley was being cleansed of non-Muslims. And that is exactly that they will have to hold on their conscience. Or were they silently saying, or they silently thinking in their heart, I can't do this, somebody else is doing it, so let them do it. Then that is really vicious, sir.
Everybody was fearing for the life. Everybody was fearing for the life. Even Muslims also. It is not that it was comfortable for them. It was not comfortable for anybody.
No, but they didn't. Did they resist? Did they mount the kind of resistance? Did they mount the kind of resistance that they should have? Charupragya, respond. Amit Raina, come in. No, sir. And I'll tell you, sir, there are many Kashmiri Muslims who have lost their lives, who have been gunned down, who have been called informers, and with whom personal scores have been settled, and they've been used as cannon fodder at the hands of these radicals, and these radicals have not spared them too. Even they have not got justice. That is because all of them did not collectively stand up and say that we will resist this motive. And had that happened, that still did not happen. And that is where I have an issue. Amit Raina wants to come in. Charupragya and Amit Raina.
Even after 32 years, you have Ahmad Ali Fayaz not willing to acknowledge the truth of 1990. He can claim that in 1990 there was terror, there was fear. We are in 2022. The same situation of 1990 does not exist, but even today, he is not willing to acknowledge the truth of 1990. Even today, he brought an angle of Governor Jagmohan. Umar Abdullah, in a blog in May 2018, writes, says that the masjids, the mosques were spewing venom against Kashmiri Pandits. Our own neighbors, relatives and friends were spreading hatred against Kashmiri Pandits. None of us got up and snatched away the mic from the Maulvis saying, no, they have equal right in this Kashmir. He also goes and says it is easy to say that we will give our lives for the return of Kashmiri Pandits, but we are the same people who went and destroyed their houses to ensure they do not come back. Now, 1990 may have had its issues, but look at instances in the rest of India. In 84 Sikh riots, you will find multiple Hindu families, hundreds of Hindu families saving Sikhs from the rioters or from the people who are out to kill them. In Punjab terrorism, you will find hundreds and thousands of Sikhs stepping to save their Hindu brothers. In Kashmir, forget stepping in to save their Hindu brothers. You will not even find someone opposing what was being said out of mosque.
Right.
There was no slogan against Muslim. It said, relive, live, convert, either perish or either run away. This was clearly for Hindus. They said, we want Kashmir with Hindu men, with the Hindu women, but without Kashmir Hindu men. This was also against Hindu. They said, Kashmir mein rehna hoga, Allahu Akbar kehna hoga. It was again against Kashmiri Hindus. You had newspaper ads coming in threatening Kashmiri Hindus, specifically Kashmiri Hindus. You had posters outside Kashmiri Hindu houses. So, and one has to look at in a realistic number. From September, in fact June 1989, when the first Hindu was killed at Vicharnath, the temple priest, till January 19, and in fact till Feb and March end, the number of Kashmiri Hindus that were targeted compared to the entire population, if one looks at the percentage, it would be around 90%. So you are clearly targeting a specific community, and no one even stepped in saying that don't say anything against them. Forget, I'm not even expecting you to come and say कि अभी मैं आपकी और उसकी गोली के बीच में हूँ, मगर आप कम से कम मस्जिद में जाकर मौलवी को कह सकते थे shut up, they have equal land on this land. You did not, because you are waiting for us to leave so that you can go and
that is the bitterness, but the sad reality. Yes, Charu Pragya, go ahead, please.
So all this gentle posturing that panelists are still taking on TV, they are trying to pretend that they are these gentle people. They refuse to admit the fact that what went on in Kashmir was ethnic cleansing, and any non-Hindu that was attacked was only because he might have a moderate stand or mindset. That is the reality. Nobody can run away from it. And because it is the harsh truth, we have to face it in the harsh way. I don't like this gentle whitewashing which is still happening. People are saying, Hindu mare the par koi aur
but this is the same whitewashing which has also swayed the courts of our country. It's the same whitewashing that has swayed the courts of our country. As I wind up, ladies and gentlemen, I ask, don't they deserve justice? Tikalal Taplu, Kashmiri Pandit leader, shot dead outside his home on the 14th of September 1989. First of the many targeted killings to come. Justice Neelakant Ganju, shot dead in broad daylight, revenge for death sentence to JKLF terrorist Makbul Bhatt. BK Ganju, youth shot multiple times inside a rice drum. Wife fed the rice laced with his blood. Girja Tikku, raped, cut into two. Don't they deserve justice? Will the courts of our country wake up, or are the courts so busy listening in to what they think will be headline cases? That a girl from Rohtak in Haryana raped brutally in February 2012, her father, a watchman, is still waiting for justice 10 years later. And so are the families of so many Kashmiri Pandits 31 years later. So is it time to shake the conscience of our courts too, ladies and gentlemen? I leave you with that thought. We're going to take a very, very short break.
Saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon, and that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now, Russia, for its part, is offering 2 points, which they say will work towards de-escalation. The first is troop withdrawals, or drawing down their forces around Kyiv and around Chernihiv, and we understand from U.S. sources that they've seen visually that that's already starting to happen, that Russian battalions are already starting to pull back from those areas, and it comes after Russia had said the first phase of the operation was over and that they were now going to focus on the east of the country. So it follows along those lines. And then the second point the Russian mediators are offering is, again, this possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are, of course, the most significant progress, rather, that we've seen with negotiations since the start of this conflict. But it is by no means an end to the conflict, an agreement, a treaty, or any of that. But it does begin to give hope that President Putin may be now finally willing to come to the table, which is something that even just a few days ago did not seem possible. But of course, this can't happen fast enough. You have millions of lives hanging in the balance, cities still trapped, besieged, caught between front lines, and of course a refugee crisis that grows and grows by the day.
And also, you were talking about these security guarantees. Ukraine wants reportedly written security guarantees from the P5 countries as well as some other regional powers. How feasible is this, given that one of those P5 countries happens to be Russia?
I think that's the point, is to have Russia sign the security agreement, to have Russia be one of the guarantors, to put Russia directly responsible in some ways for Ukraine's peace and security. Look, ultimately, this follows along the lines that Ukraine has been offering all along, which is neutrality. Ukraine says it will remain a neutral, non-nuclear nation. So what that means is that those who guarantee Ukraine's security, who guarantee peace and stability in this country, must be all sides. They can't lean on just one or the other because, again, the point here is neutrality. So it very much fits that parameter. It fits that idea that Ukraine is not going to join NATO, that it's not going to lean on its Western allies only, that it is going to be, again, a sort of Austrian-style model nation that draws its security from all sides.
All right. Salma Abdulaziz, for the moment, many thanks for joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. So there seems to be, after 34 days, some bit of progress, but we'll see how it plays out on the ground. The Ukrainian side believes that the moving of the venue of these negotiations from Belarus, remember the first few rounds were held in Belarus, to Turkey now is in itself a win. So could Turkey become an increasingly important factor in restoring peace? Now, if you were to look at the strategic as well as economic ties that Turkey has, it has good ties with both Ukraine and Russia. That's why even though Turkey has publicly opposed Russia's aggression, it has not joined the West in imposing sanctions. Turkey also, at the same time, has been providing what's called the Bayraktar drones to Ukraine and supported its territorial integrity. But Russia is providing almost a third of Turkey's oil and natural gas. It also sends millions of tourists to Turkey every single year. Russia has also made a $20 billion commitment to Turkey's first nuclear power plant. Turkey's also, much like India has, purchased the Russian-made S-400 missile defense system, the first batch of which has already been delivered. Now, Ankara's ties with Moscow have enabled multiple military operations in Syria, and this, of course, will have huge security implications for Turkey, not least because it's a bordering country. But at the same time, Turkey also values its relationship with the West. In fact, Turkey is a member of NATO, and that's why a cautious Turkey gives it the space to pursue efforts without risking any country. But it's not just Turkey, it's also India, which has got a lot to gain because of the neutral stand that it has seemingly taken in this war. Back in the showdown between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the Kashmir files entered the next level today. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has termed the BJP youth wing protest, which happened at Arvind Kejriwal's house, as vandalism with a plot to kill the Chief Minister of Delhi. He also went on to claim that the protesters were hand in glove with the police, that the police had been instructed not to take action against these protesters. The BJP says the protests were against Kejriwal for justifiably so, for mocking the killing of Kashmiri Pandits, a speech that he made a few days ago in the assembly. In the video, the CCTV footage that's been released by Kejriwal's office, it's clearly seen that some of these folks were trying to break the boom barrier, trying to break the CCTV camera. But does that construe an attack on the Chief Minister's life, as has been made out by Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister?
आम आदमी पार्टी की प्रचंड जीत और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिली 0 सीट के बाद बीजेपी इस हरकत पे उतर आई है कि अब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की हत्या करवाना चाहती है। वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को मारना चाहती है। आज पुलिस की मौजूदगी में पुलिस के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडे मुख्यमंत्री जी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर पे पहुंचाए गए। उनका सीसीटीवी तोड़े गए, उनके घर के, उनके बूम बैरियर तोड़े गए, सिक्योरिटी के बूम बैरियर तोड़े गए उनके घर के, और सब कुछ पुलिस की मौजूदगी में हुआ। मैं बीजेपी को कहना चाहता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को हाथ लगाने की कोशिश मत करो। इस तरह से हमला करके उनकी हत्या करवाने की साजिश करोगे, ये देश बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
This whole comment of Manish Sisodia that this was an attempt to assassinate can only be described as hysterical and is only a figment of Manish Sisodia's imagination. And I draw strong exception to him referring to the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha Karyakartas as Gunda.
Chief Minister of Delhi has been given multiple layers of security actually by the central government. Why do you think that this breach happened today?
This is so shameful. The three-time elected chief minister has been attacked, and the Delhi police, which is deployed there for the safety and security of the chief minister, is sitting there like mute spectators. This shows a lot about the state of this country. I think just few days before Punjab elections, BJP got very nervous that Arvind Kejriwal is forming his government in 2 states. And they are not able to digest this. And now this attack on Arvind Kejriwal's residence is basically an attack on the ideology of honesty.
जब से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पंजाब में बनी है, तब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बौखला गई। जो हमला बीजेपी ने लोकतांत्रिक ढंग से चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर पे कराया, उन पे कराया है, ये हमला केजरीवाल जी पर नहीं है, देश की आवाम पर है, देश के लोगों पर है, जो आज साफ ईमानदार राजनीति चाहते हैं। ये भाजपा ने देश के लोगों पे हमला किया है, मैं साफ तौर पे कहना चाहता हूं।
All right, is the claim of an attack on Arvind Kejriwal a bit far-fetched? But let's bring you up to speed with what Aam Aadmi Party is saying on the one hand and what the BJP's counter is. The AAP's claim is that it was the party that gave jobs for migrant Pandit teachers. Those jobs got regularized. The BJP is claiming that AAP in fact opposed the regularization of those jobs. In fact, the matter went first to the High Court and then subsequently to the Supreme Court, and it was on the back of an order from the Supreme Court that the Aam Aadmi Party was forced to take that action. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the BJP did nothing for the last 32 years for the cause or plight of Kashmiri Pandits. Making a film about them is no solution for the hardships that they've undergone. The BJP responding by saying that Kejriwal, while speaking in the assembly last week, actually laughed off the plight of the Pandits and said, why don't you ask Vivek Agnihotri, the maker of that movie, to put it on YouTube instead of asking for entertainment tax waiver. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that the BJP leaders are the ones who are actually playing politics with the lives of Kashmiri Pandits and their suffering, and that they are not actually giving them any real promised change. The BJP stand is that Kejriwal is now waking up to brownie points from the Kashmiri Pandits by saying that he was the one who regularized their jobs. Today, that sensational charge you heard a moment ago, Manish Sisodia saying that gundas were sent to Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence to kill him. They also put out CCTV footage of some of these BJYM workers damaging the boom barrier outside Mr. Kejriwal's residence, damaging the CCTV cameras there that were outside his residence. The BJP stand is the Aam Aadmi Party insulted Kashmiri Hindus, Kashmiri Pandits. Now they're trying to play the victim card. This whole claim of an attack on Kejriwal's life is an exaggerated claim, and that this is simply to try and play the victim card. Also realizing the damage that was done by Arvind Kejriwal's speech in the assembly last week, and now the AAP is in damage control mode. That's what the BJP is claiming. Let me now go across to Rupashri, who's been tracking the story, to say that this was an attempt on the life of the chief minister, whether it's the breaking of barriers, whether it's the breaking of the CCTVs. Wouldn't that be a bit far-fetched? And also, how does the Aam Aadmi Party respond to what the BJP is saying, that AAP has now gone into damage control ever since Mr. Kejriwal made that speech in the assembly last week?
Very quickly, Zaka, that question that you put me, it is exactly the same question I put to Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Saurabh Bhardwaj, especially because the central government has also given security to the Delhi Chief Minister. And his response was that this is not the first time it has happened. And because the Delhi police was present in full force, and his charge was that the Delhi police actually stood there as mute spectators. And that is the question that was put to Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia also when he made that claim, because it is sensational, because he said that it is an attempt at the life of the Chief Minister. And Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia maintains that it is because BJP performed poorly in Punjab, and because Aam Aadmi Party has performed so well, the BJP is now scared of the Aam Aadmi Party. But the question remains is that now we all have seen how Aam Aadmi Party has damaged the BJP, the Congress Party more than the BJP. So the question also arises, why should the BJP be scared of the Aam Aadmi Party? So that Aam Aadmi Party's response was that the Congress has a huge baggage, but the Aam Aadmi Party does not have any baggage. It is attracting women, youth. It is the youngest party now in the country, and therefore the BJP is scared of it.
Okay, Rupashri, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story plays out politically. But the origin of this fight between AAP and BJP has been around Kashmir files. The BJP had asked for entertainment tax to be waived off for the movie. The Aam Aadmi Party refused to do that. And then Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal last week, speaking in the assembly, in a sort of mocking and a taunting fashion, asking the BJP and the makers of this film to put it on YouTube. Why make it tax-free? Let me just play out those pictures that were put out today. This was from the BJYM protest. This is CCTV outside Mr. Kejriwal's residence. And take a look at this. These are BJYM workers. The Aam Aadmi Party is claiming from the pictures it's clear that they were trying to break the boom barriers. These are the boom barriers outside the Chief Minister's residence. They were trying to break the CCTV cameras as well. You can see a couple of these workers trying to break the CCTV cameras. But this is par for course political protest that we see. When the Aam Aadmi Party was in opposition, when Sheila Dikshit was Chief Minister, you would see these kind of protests outside the Chief Minister's residence. This is par for course, as it were. But the AAP is claiming that all of these people were allowed to break barricades, to get this close to the Chief Minister's residence gates because of quote-unquote connivance by the Delhi police. Is that a genuine claim, or are they taking it too far? And like I said, ultimately, the root cause seems to be the comments made by the Chief Minister over Kashmir files and their entire controversy blowing up in a big way between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Akshay Marathe, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, is joining us. Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, will be also joining. Akshay Marathe, I've just played out those pictures. Yes, you're right. Nobody should be allowed to come this close to the Chief Minister's residence gates. Nobody should be allowed to indulge in violence, breaking boom barriers, breaking CCTVs. But to say that this was an attempt on the Chief Minister's life, isn't that stretching things too far?
Zaka, first of all, I want to condemn the starting of your show where you said this is par for the course in a democracy. I want to categorically state here, never has Aam Aadmi Party made any kind of violent attack on any leader in this country. This attack today was an attack that was clearly violent in nature. You saw the visuals there. You saw them pushing through the barricades. You saw them hitting at the gates. You saw them painting with red color on the gates. And this, can you imagine, is the Chief Minister's official residence where his aging parents live, where his children live, where he lives himself. And just imagine for one moment if this kind of attack had been done by an MP of the ruling party on your house, Zaka. How would you have felt?
No, but Akshay, to be fair, you've been associated with this party for a number of years now. When Aam Aadmi Party was in opposition and Sheila Dikshit was Chief Minister, every day there used to be protests outside Sheila Dikshit's house. Yes, it may not have been violent. They may not have broken boom barriers and CCTV cameras. And I said right at the start that there is no place for violence in a democracy. But to say that this is an assassination attempt, isn't that stretching things too far?
Zaka, there is a difference between a protest and a violent attack. Let's be very, very clear on this today. We are on a national channel. We don't want to be condoning any kind of violence here. And let me clarify why we are saying this is an attack on his life. You see, Arvind Kejriwal has emerged as the only leader who has been able to defeat the BJP in their own home turf in Delhi, in the national capital. Not once, but twice. After the victory in Punjab, where the BJP scored a duck, after putting in every resource it had in its command, Arvind Kejriwal was able to defeat them and show them their place. And now they want to take revenge. They want to teach a lesson to the people who have made Arvind Kejriwal who he is today.
No, but how do you respond, Akshay, before I go to Charu also? Charu is also joining us in a moment. But Akshay, how do you respond to the BJP's charge that fundamentally this is about Kashmir files and the Chief Minister saying what he said in the assembly last week, and then the blowback as a consequence of what he said, and this is basically what happened today, and the allegations you're making that this is an assassination attempt, so on and so forth, is a diversionary tactic from the actual issue, which is Kashmir files. Please respond to that.
From day one, it has been clear that the actual issue is not about Kashmir. If the actual issue was about Kashmir, the BJP would have responded to Arvind Kejriwal's request that let's work together and rehabilitate our Kashmiri brothers back to their homeland. Instead of doing that, instead of working constructively, Arvind Kejriwal has come forward and said, take any support you need from me. Let's work together and rehabilitate our Kashmiri brothers. Instead of that, the BJP is sending its goons to attack Mr. Kejriwal. How is this in any way connected to Kashmiri Pandits? How is an attack on the elected chief minister of Delhi have anything to do with
Let me put that to Charu Pragya. She's also joining us now.
Today,
Charu, we are seeing footage. One second, let me ask the question, please. We are seeing footage outside Mr. Kejriwal's residence of BJYM workers breaking boom barriers, breaking CCTV cameras. They should have never been allowed to reach this close to the residence gates. Why were they allowed to in the first place? And is this violence any form of protest, Charu? That's the question being asked by the Aam Aadmi Party.
Zaka, first of all, I want to say that I've been through these videos. I have seen that, and the kind of connections they are making, and they're saying it's BJYM, I do not agree. And also, I want to remind Kejriwal ji the triviality with which he had taken the lapse in security of our Honorable Prime Minister's cavalcade in Punjab, the way he spoke about that, and today... No, let me continue. I did not interrupt you.
Akshay, one second. She did not interrupt you. Akshay, please. Let's have the courtesy for all panelists. Akshay, I will come back to you. Let her finish though, please. Charu, yes.
Yeah, let me finish. Dhaka, from 2016 on to 2020, repeatedly statements by Aam Aadmi Party leaders, Kejriwal ji, Sisodia ji, they've just been blaming BJP for every single thing, and they never have any proof. I think they live in some sort of a la-la land for every single imaginary problem to deflect from problems, from deflect from controversies to surround them.
Charu, is it your case? Charu, one second, Akshay, please don't interrupt. Charu, is it your case that these people who are on CCTV are not BJYM workers? Because Mr. Tejasvi Surya, the head of the BJYM, said that he takes grave offense to the fact that they were referred to as gundas. So are they or are they not?
And no gundagardi happens, Zaka. And let me just say one more thing. This whole dialogue of saying that BJP people are out to harm Aam Aadmi Party leaders, that's a fake thing. That's a false thing. They keep lying about it. And this narrative they have tried to set all the way back from 2016. That's what I'm trying to say. So every time Aam Aadmi Party is surrounded with the controversy, like currently everybody is talking about the lies they have been spreading about Kashmiri Pandit teachers in Delhi. Every time they're surrounded with the controversy, their only comeback is saying somebody is out to kill us. Shameful, shameful. This is the kind
Akshay,
of
respond on the Kashmiri Pandit teachers issue. Again, Aam Aadmi Party claimed that you were the ones who regularized about 200 Kashmiri Pandit teachers in the national capital. Turns out the matter actually had to go to the court, and it was upon orders of the court that the state government was forced to do this.
Zaka, very humbly, I want to correct you on this matter. Mr. Rajesh Tiku, Advocate Rajesh Tiku, who actually represented the Kashmiri migrant teachers on this issue, has come out on record and stated that it was actually the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, under who the Services Department comes, that went to the High Court and challenged the elected Delhi government's order of regularization. Can you imagine the Pinky Anand, who is the BJP's legal head, came on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor to challenge the order the Delhi government issued to regularize our Kashmiri migrant teachers? Can you imagine? This is the BJP's hypocrisy and bold face that they're trying to hide today by attacking Arvind Kejriwal's home. And coming to the point of Aam Aadmi Party trying to make a conspiracy theory out of this, did we send Tejasvi Surya to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's house? Is Tejasvi Surya not a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party, not an MP of the Bharatiya Janata Party? Is he not seen in those visuals attacking the Chief Minister's residence? Today, the BJP is trying to claim that they have nothing to do with it, but
Charu, respond, please. Charu, respond. There's a raft of allegations from Akshay Marathe and the Aam Aadmi Party. Please respond, Charu.
So, Zaka, first of all, the visuals that I can see, if there is a peaceful protest, police is present. The people who wanted to be removed were removed by the cops. So why are you out blaming the BJYM or BJP for this huge mistake, blunder, crime, sin that Aam Aadmi Party has conducted? You are lying continuously about every single issue. Like I said, every time there is an issue of governance where you get stuck and people want to question you and attack you, that's the only deflection you can come up with, and I think that is shameful.
Okay, Akshay, final closing out comment. again, it comes back to the moot issue, and the moot issue is what the Chief Minister said about Kashmiri Pandits. Clearly, there was a blowback to it, and now the Aam Aadmi Party is scrambling to find a response.
No, Zaka, this is what the BJP thinks. This is what the BJP is trying to say today. What Aam Aadmi Party is saying is that we are standing firm with the Kashmiri Pandits of this country. The BJP is cornered by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal today because it has won repeatedly in Delhi and Punjab. And now the BJP can see that the politics of honesty, integrity, patriotism, and humanity is actually winning hearts of all people in this country. And people are looking to Mr. Kejriwal as the hope that India needs. And the BJP is afraid and insecure, and that is why it is launching these kinds of violent and shameful attacks. And this is
I got to wrap up. I got to wrap up. I'm getting a piece of breaking news. I want to thank both Akshay Marathe as well as Charu Pragya for this. But this exclusive visuals now coming in, and we want to go to this breaking story coming in from across the border in Pakistan, where, remember, there have been a series of meetings of opposition leaders. The latest one happening at the Sindh House, and we're getting exclusive pictures of this opposition meeting. And now the number of opposition members of parliament, or MNAs, members of the National Assembly, has gone up to 196. Remember, the halfway mark is 172. So they've got 24 more than the halfway mark that's required. 196 members of the opposition were present in that meeting that happened in Sindh House. Sources telling CNN News 18 that more PTI leaders are likely to join. Already close to 24 have already switched sides from the PTI and now joined the rebels, joined the opposition. Their strength has now gone up to 196. Siddhant has more details. Siddhant, so is it clear, at least as far as the numbers are concerned, Imran Khan's goose is pretty much cooked?
Well, Zaka, the House is of 342 seats and the magical number is 172. Already more than a dozen MNAs have switched their loyalties. And the fresh input that we are getting from the neighboring country is that more PTI leaders are meeting at Sindh House in Pakistan, and they are likely to switch their sides. These fresh inputs are from our senior editor Manoj Gupta, who is tracking the developments, whatever is happening in Pakistan. So the number for Imran Khan government can even go down, and the opposition party is likely to cross 195 mark. So trouble seems to mount for Imran Khan, and the countdown has begun. Zaka, one thing is also very important here is that Imran Khan, who was supposed to address nation this evening, that particular decision was cancelled. He wasn't allowed, or he did not do himself. The clarity is yet to come on that. Also, he is not being allowed to take major decisions as far as the nation is concerned. All he's doing is meeting MNAs, doing the parliamentary work and the other government-related work. So these are the fresh inputs that we are getting. So the 172 magical number seems impossible for Imran Khan for now.
Okay, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. So 172 is the magical number, 196 MNAs joining the opposition ranks. So clearly the numbers stacked up against Imran Khan. We'll have more on that at 9 o'clock in just a few minutes on Brass Tacks. But let me also bring you up to speed with what else is happening domestically. The Delhi Municipal Corporation Amendment Bill 2022 was passed today by the Lok Sabha. While introducing the bill, Home Minister Amit Shah accused the Delhi state government of giving a stepmotherly treatment to the 3 Delhi municipal corporations. Remember, the MCDs, there were 3 of them, North, East and South. The bill proposes the unification of all of these 3 municipal corporations in Delhi. It also intends to rationalize the resource allocation to the 3 MCDs. This vote, of course, was passed almost near unanimously in the Lok Sabha for the merger of these 3 municipal corporations. And finally, it's day 35 of the war in Ukraine. Has there been a breakthrough in Turkey yesterday? Because you heard from Vladimir Medinsky and as well as other Russian negotiators that they had decided to significantly cut back military operations. But today, a day later, opinion seems to be divided. Post that meeting, Russia's defense ministry has said that this drastic reduction of military activity does not necessarily mean a ceasefire. They were talking about 2 regions, the capital, Kiev, and Chernihiv, a city that's located in the north. But Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has said that the scaling back of Russia's forces does not drown out the sound of explosions. In fact, there's been increased explosions both in Kiev as well as in other cities across Ukraine today, a day after this supposed thaw. He also said that Ukrainians cannot trust the words coming in from a country that is pursuing the annihilation of Ukraine and also that Ukraine is not naive. Russia has reportedly transferred 2,000 troops from occupied parts of Georgia to Ukraine. They've also said that their focus now will be on eastern Ukraine.
We'll see. I don't read anything into it until I see what their actions are. We'll see if they follow through on what they're suggesting. There are negotiations that have begun today, or not begun, continued today, one in Turkey and others. I had a meeting with the heads of state of our 4 allies in NATO. There seems to be a consensus that let's just see what they have to offer.
Впевнений, ви сьогодні бачили новину, що російське військове відомство нібито вирішило скоротити бойові дії на Київському та Чернігівському напрямку. Проте не варто втрачати пильність. Ситуація не стала легшою. Масштаб викликів не зменшився. Російська армія все ще має значний потенціал для продовження атак проти нашої держави. У них ще багато техніки і вистачає абсолютно безправних людей, яких вони можуть відправити в котел війни. Тому ми не розхолоджуємось, не знижуємо наші оборонні зусилля.
A significant move on 2 fronts. Russia pulling back some forces from Kyiv and Chernihiv following the latest peace talks with Ukraine in Istanbul, with Turkey hailing the talks as the most meaningful progress yet. More than a month into the invasion, many crediting the underestimated resilience of the Ukrainian people.
I do think that Ukraine is in a good negotiating position, much better than they would be had they not been able to push the Russians out of Kyiv.
Paramount to Russia's change in strategy, an agreement on neutrality. A Ukrainian presidential advisor saying a meeting between Putin and Zelensky is now a likelihood. But the shelling of northern cities continued on Tuesday, even as the de-escalation was announced.
Mr. Mayor, what was that?
You have just heard an explosion. That means something has flown in to attack us. You can give this recording to your military and they will tell you that this is not our explosion, this isn't us striking something, this is something that has come from the enemy side.
U.S. officials believe Russian forces are pulling back in some areas of the north to focus on gains in the south and the east. But Secretary of State Antony Blinken cautions that this could be a deception.
There is what Russia says, and there's what Russia does. We're focused on the latter.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. The writing is on the wall. Imran Khan's game is over. The numbers are clearly stacked up against him. Not just his allies, his own party MPs are now deserting him. But Kaptan is not going down without a fight. He was supposed to address the nation tonight, but that has been cancelled. His plan seems to be to go through with the no confidence motion, a vote that he's most likely going to end up in defeat, face that defeat, and then quit in the disgrace of having lost that vote. How did it all go so wrong for the man who came to power just 4 years ago with the promise of Naya Pakistan? Where did Imran Khan go wrong in his political management, in his economic management, and most importantly, in his management of the powers that be at GHQ? This is the story so far, and then we'll go straight to our debate. No Pakistan Prime Minister has completed 5 years in office. And Imran Khan is not about to change that infamous statistic. He has lost majority after a key ally, the Muttahida Qawmi movement, struck a deal with the opposition.
आज वो इस्तीफा देकर एक नई रीत कायम करें और रवायत कायम करें.
This development comes ahead of a crucial vote on the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan.
इमरान खान अपना अक्सरियत खो चुका है, मगर वजीर आज़म साहब के पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं रहा. इमरान मुकाबला करो.
Pakistan's economic mess is not the only factor that worked against Imran Khan. All his chips are down. The opposition has come together like never before. Lawmakers from his own party are revolting against him, and he no longer has the backing of the all-powerful army. But a cornered Imran Khan's only defense is that foreign powers are conspiring to topple his government.
बाहर के लोगों को आदत नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान में ऐसी लीडरशिप हो जो अपने मुल्क के मफादात को आगे रखे। तो ये जो साजिश है, ये इंशाल्लाह मैंने मेंशन किया।
Imran Khan was elected in 2018 with only a slender majority, but he was extremely popular with his promise of a Naya Pakistan. Ultimately, his militant, anti-West rhetoric was not enough to keep him in power.
Pakistan has the cup. He would begrudge Imran his moment.
Quite a fall from grace for a man who led Pakistan to its first World Cup win over 30 years ago. Now, Imran Khan is being defiant. He's refusing to read the writing on the wall that the numbers are stacked up against him and his party. Here's a breakup of the numbers and why they're clearly stacked up against Imran Khan. Remember, there's a 342-member National Assembly, of which 172 is the halfway mark. Imran Khan's party came to power 4 years ago with a slender, just a very slender lead. 155 seats is what they had. The remaining had to be gobbled up through allies and smaller parties. But when Imran Khan came to power in 2018, the economy appeared to have bottomed out. The opposition was in disarray and he was in the good books of the army. So how did it go this far south for the man who promised Naya Pakistan? Inflation shot up to record highs. Even today, inflation is at 12% in Pakistan. The Pakistani rupee has nearly halved in its value in these last 5 years. And the pandemic, of course, was the final nail in the coffin as far as the economy is concerned. Imran Khan had proudly declared that he would not go with a begging bowl for external borrowing. And yet, in 2019, he had to strike a deal with the International Monetary Fund. This was a $6 billion bailout. But his biggest mistake was to take on the all-powerful army chief, General Qamar Bajwa. When General Bajwa was transferring several of his top generals, including corps commanders, Imran Khan opposed that move, particularly the move of putting in ISI chief, Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid, who seems to be a favorite of Imran Khan. For weeks, he refused to sign off on the appointment of the new ISI chief, Lieutenant General Nadeem Anjum. The army became suspicious that Imran would also help General Faiz Hamid eventually as someone who could replace General Bajwa when General Bajwa's term gets over by the end of this year. Sensing an opportunity, the opposition got together a few weeks ago. They brought together a no-confidence motion against Imran Khan. But the biggest sort of stab in the back, if you will, for Imran Khan was that a bulk of his MNAs, as well as a large number of his allies from the PMLQ, the MQM, the BAP, all deserted him one after another over the last few days. So the debate on the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan is going to take place on Thursday. It appears that he is ready to face the trust vote, but it might all be in vain. So who could possibly replace Imran Khan? The number one sort of front runner seems to be Shahbaz Sharif. He's the most likely candidate for the Prime Minister's post. He's the former three-time Chief Minister of the Punjab province. He's the brother of former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif and now the leader of the PMLN. He's also the leader of the opposition in the National Assembly. He has served 3 times in the past as the leader, as the Chief Minister of the biggest province, Punjab. The second person who could likely replace, in case a large number of the PTI members come back, is Shah Mahmood Qureshi, the foreign minister, who incidentally was in China today, even as all this political turmoil was happening in Pakistan. He's the vice chairman of the PTI, the Tehreek-e-Insaf, Imran Khan's party. He could be a compromise candidate. There is Pervez Khattak, who's the current Pakistan defense minister. He's also seen as a dark horse. He was the former chief minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And remember, he also has the backing of a large number of people within the PTI. So it could possibly play out either way. Imran Khan's days in power certainly seem to be numbered. Whoever the next Prime Minister of Pakistan, ultimately that person the shots will be called by the army, as it were. Because in Pakistan, it is the army and the ISI that make the most crucial decisions, not necessarily the Prime Minister. And the removal of the Prime Ministers who have tried to interfere in the military domain has been right at the heart of Pakistan's politics. Go back all the way to 1999, when Nawaz Sharif tried to do this and Musharraf had the coup against him. So even in this entire Imran Khan episode, it seems like the army chief, General Bajwa, is the one who has emerged as the strongest. It was Bajwa who prevailed in the tussle over the appointment of the new DG-ISI. Imran Khan wanted his chosen General Faiz Hamid to continue, but it was Bajwa's candidate who eventually won. General Bajwa also directed the ISI to stay out of politics, particularly in this last few days, in the last few weeks, where the opposition members sort of broke ranks, came together to stage off what is only a political coup against Imran Khan and the PTI. The army has also made contact with the opposition and urged them to bring about this regime change on the basis, on the political fact that Imran Khan's government seems to have run out of numbers. Also, very critically, General Bajwa's tenure ends later this year, and it is possible that he could get an extension from the new Prime Minister of Pakistan. So, how durable will the policy of the new chief or this current chief, who could likely get extended, be vis-a-vis Pakistan's most important neighbor, that is India? Now, in the last 4 years, the India policy as far as Pakistan is concerned has been a disaster, but Bajwa in the past has advocated for peace in the subcontinent, something that he even said in the white paper that was released last year, that New Delhi and Islamabad have to bury the past to move forward. The bigger threat, as he sees it, is from the eastern flank, from Afghanistan, not from the western flank. He's also said that stable Indo-Pak ties are the key to unlocking the full potential of South Asia. And to this effect, his emissaries have also held back-channel talks with India. Remember, there's been a ceasefire in effect for the better part of the last year now, by and large holding on, and that ceasefire is believed to be the brainchild of General Bajwa. He's also got another India connection. He served alongside former India Army Chief General Bikram Singh as part of a UN peacekeeping mission in Africa. We're getting more breaking news coming in. Sources telling CNN News 18 that Imran Khan will be asked to continue in the form of a caretaker prime minister. The army did not want him to address the nation tonight. He was supposed to address the nation between 7 and 8 p.m. tonight. And he has also been told not make any big decisions and simply go through the motions like a caretaker prime minister would until the no confidence motion is taken up and either way a decision is arrived at. Let me now go across to the spokesperson of the Tehreek-e-Insaf, Imran Khan's party, Neelam Irshad Sheikh, is joining us. Thank you, ma'am, for speaking with us. Isn't it clear now, ma'am, that the numbers are stacked up against your leader, the Prime Minister, Mr. Imran Khan? Why is he still holding out? Today in the opposition leaders meeting in Sindh House, there were 196 members of the National Assembly. That is 24 more than what is required to oust your government.
Well, whatever you said, I was listening to that, and I have full confidence. Pakistanis has full confidence in Imran Khan and our army chief and army, that he's the only one who's going to come, and all these looters and cheaters, they've come up front to show their indecency by buying and selling. This horse trading is carrying on, but I'm sure that MQM will not get paid. They will not buy or sell.
Ma'am, their leader had a joint press conference today along with Shahbaz Sharif and Bilawal Bhutto and Fazlur Rahman. He was present there physically. How can you say that MQM will come back to you?
So far they're hanging around here and there, but as long as it's PTI is concerned, we have like 179 votes so far. Okay, out of 320.
We are told that in the Sindh House today, this evening, there were 196 members of the National Assembly, including 22 of your party who showed up there, of the PTI who showed up there.
Okay, let them have a party, let them enjoy their meetings, but in the end you will see On 31st, you will see, inshallah, Imran Khan will get all the vote of confidence and he will be the ruling Prime Minister of Pakistan.
One thing I want to know from you, your leader has been going on and on about this letter, some kind of foreign conspiracy to oust his government. Why doesn't he make it public? If it is serious enough that as he claims, it is a conspiracy to oust his government, why doesn't he make it public so that the people of Pakistan know what this conspiracy is?
Now people of Pakistan, they know when there's horse trading going on and people going here and there, all the parliamentarians or the senator, whatever. But I'm telling you.
No, but what about the letter? Don't the people of Pakistan need to know what is there in this letter?
What is there in the letter that, everyone knows that what's written there. They're trying to threat Imran Khan. And Imran Khan is least bothered. He's not scared of anyone. Like Bhutto was not scared. Imran Khan says, I will work for...
Neela Mishra-Sheikh, I wish you all the best. I wish your party all the best. We'll see how this plays out, but I think the numbers are very, very clear. It's stacked up against Imran Khan and the Tehreek-e-Insaf. But let me go across to our, open this up to our guest tonight. I want to thank Neela Mishra-Sheikh, and I want to open this up to two former High Commissioners. Right now, India and Pakistan don't have High Commissioners, so I think it's a very rare moment, at least on TV, we're able to capture. One, a former Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan, Sharad Sabharwal, is joining us, and Abdul Basit is former Pakistan High Commissioner to India. So thank you very much, Ambassadors, for speaking with us. We're also joined by Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. We'll also be joined by Omar Altaf, Senior Journalist, who will be joining us from Pakistan. Let me start with you, Abdul Basit Saab. You've served here in India. You've closely followed Imran Khan throughout his political career. Where did it go wrong? Where did he get the numbers so badly wrong that today 196 MPs are on the other side, including 22 of his own, and he's still refusing to resign?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show. Multiple factors, I think, contributed to this. First of all, his penchant for not really to accommodate others, and then he is inflexible on many, many issues. And then perhaps lack of experience. Statecraft is a difficult thing. And then if you are heading a coalition government, then all the more reason for you to be accessible, to reach out to the people, to all your coalition partners. And I think he has not been up to the mark in these areas. And hence, many coalition partners are now ditching him for a variety of reasons, and primarily for him not being available or accessible to listen to their concerns. And that I think has been the reason for their
but Ambassador Basit, if I may, Imran Khan has always been a bit of a maverick politician. He's somebody who, talks things up. He's not somebody who particularly listens to other partners and so on and so forth. So why were those folks expecting him to be accommodative? I mean, he is sort of a political entrepreneur. He's not like your regular political operatives like a Zardari or a Nawaz Sharif. So was it their mistake to expect him to take everybody along?
To a certain extent, yeah. It was also their mistake to expect him to be like a traditional, a politician, as we do have in South Asia. But he actually came with no political background, and he then made a very kind of promises to the not only to them but to the people as a whole. But when, unfortunately, when push came to shove, he was not able to put up a great team. He has been, changing many times as finance minister. Then many other institutions, we have seen multiple changes, frequent changes all the time. So I think one of his biggest problems has been that he was not really able to come up with a team which would gel together, would coordinate. And then on the execution side as well, we have seen multiple problems.
Let me go across to Ambassador Sabharwal. Yes, political management, inept political management, as Ambassador Basit said, absolutely yes. But also ultimately the economy. That's the promise he came to power with. He said, Naya Pakistan, I'm going to remake the entire economy of Pakistan. But ultimately, look at what has happened in the last 4 years. Today, the economy of Pakistan is smaller in size than the economy of Bangladesh. The Pakistani currency is 50% lower in value today than when Mr. Khan came to power. Ultimately, the ordinary average Pakistani is continuing to suffer. His or her plight has not changed. And is that why Imran Khan is facing the situation that he's facing today? Ambassador Sabharwal.
Well, various reasons, Zaka. In your introductory remarks, you made a point which is extremely important, which is the role of the army in bringing him to power and in his impending downfall and being pushed out of power. Don't forget that in 2018, he came to power with a big helping hand from the army. The electoral field was turned completely in his favor and against Nawaz Sharif's PMLN by the army. And he came promising a new Pakistan. He was unable to deliver. He didn't show any great administrative acumen. He ruled in an autocratic style, which alienated some of his own key members of his own party. And you talked of economy. Yes, I mean, he has been, the economy is in the doldrums with mounting inflation, sharply falling rupee, dwindling foreign exchange reserves, heavy debt burden. You made this point earlier. He came saying that he wouldn't go to the IMF. He went to them, and their conditionalities have added to the economic woe.
Yeah.
But that's a much larger issue, Zaka, the economy issue. The fact is that if you have an external orientation of an adversarial posture towards a much bigger and much better endowed neighbor, Imran Khan was not administratively, he didn't show any great capabilities there. He was inept. But even if you had a more efficient man, some of the problems of Pakistan's economy are due to its internal and external orientation. As I said, that external posture puts a heavy burden on the economy. There is a large and totally unaccountable defense budget and mounting debt burden, so that debt servicing and defense takes up most of the resources garnered by the government. And for the rest of the administrative machinery, you have to borrow to run it. So that has to be taken into account. Now, the last straw was the one-page theory, which he flaunted ever so often, that he and the army were on the same page. That was said time and again by him and people in his cabinet.
Yes.
That came unstuck late last year when there were publicly aired differences between him and Bajwa on appointment of DGISI. You spoke of it earlier. And then it may also be that the army leadership, was seen very closely aligned to him for most of his tenure of less than 4 years now. And they, seeing a civilian leader who had not been able to deliver, who was therefore losing in popularity on that count, they may have also thought it fit to distance themselves.
To distance themselves.
This theory came this wide.
I want to take this forward with Sushant Sareen, because you closely follow the affairs of the Pakistan Army. Yes, there was this public spat around the DGISI. Mr. Khan wanted General Faiz Hamid as the DGISI. General Bajwa wanted General Nadeem Anjum. Eventually, General Bajwa had his way. But is that the only reason for this fallout? Because as Ambassador Sabharwal said, I mean, 4 years ago when he came to power, he was the darling of the army. He was said to have the only prime minister who had this kind of relations with the army, better than Nawaz Sharif, better than Asif Ali Zardari, better than anyone that Pakistan has had as prime minister over the last 20 years.
And that's a fact. The fact of the matter is that the army not only brought him in, but the army supported him every step of the way, even when he wanted to do his own thing. The problem for the army, however, was that despite the fact that they backed him to the hill, and every time he got into trouble politically, they pulled his chestnuts out of the fire. But the fact of the matter remained that they had picked up a turkey. They had picked up a guy simply because he spoke in a good Oxford accent. And frankly, in the subcontinent, this is one of the big problems of the subcontinent, that if your English accent is all right, then everybody attributes all the wisdom of the world to you. And here was a man who thought that the world is an extension of a cricket ground, which it clearly is not. So he came in, he was an administrative disaster. He knew nothing about governance. He was a political disaster because he only victimized his political opposition. He made a complete hash of foreign policy. And on top of that, he had absolutely no idea how to run an economy. He couldn't even select the right people to run an economy. Now, with all that baggage, the army continued to persist with him. They continued to advise him. There were instances when the army chief apparently spoke to 6 ministers in the government and advised them to tell Imran Khan to remove the chief minister of Punjab, who was a complete disaster, a bigger disaster than even Imran Khan. And yet Imran Khan, for his own insecurities, insisted that this man will stay out there. Now, after all this, the army was getting all the flack because he was seen as the army's, the guy whom the army had brought in and foisted on the nation. And at the end of it, he started playing politics within the army. When he started playing one general against the other, and this was a no-go area for the army. This is something that the army simply will not tolerate from anybody. After that, it was simply a matter of time. And I think it has taken 6 months. Look, the mathematics was very simple in Pakistan. The army could have ousted him in October itself. But it's taken 6 months because they needed to know what to replace him with. And the opposition was divided on a range of issues, probably still is. But they finally got united on one issue, which was to remove Imran Khan because his continuation in office was now actually becoming a destabilizing factor for Pakistan.
Okay.
Something which, again, the army could not count.
So Sushant, give me a moment because I'm also getting these pictures. This is from just moments ago. These are the latest pictures that we've got of the opposition meeting. This is in a place called Sindh House that is taking place. And we're given to understand that by some accounts, 196 members of the National Assembly, including 22 from Imran Khan's party, were present in this meeting at Sindh House. Those pictures there on your screen, they were there for high tea. This was just some time back. And sources telling CNN News 18 that it is likely that more leaders from the PTI, which is Imran Khan's party, will likely join the opposition ranks. Remember, tomorrow the debate on the no confidence motion begins. Once these extra members also join the rebel ranks or the opposition ranks, the numbers could go as high up as 200. So let me ask Omar Altaf on that note. 196 people attending this opposition meeting in Sindh House. That is 25 more than the halfway mark. Surely Imran Khan should have known. Leave alone the allies. That's one part of the story. He completely missed how one ally after another, turned their back on him. But even almost 24 of his own members of parliament leaving him, deserting him, did he not see this coming?
I think the allies have fallen like dominoes for Imran Khan. He hasn't been able to even control his own party. The defections are taking place right, left and center now, and Imran Khan isn't left with much options right now, how to go about whether to resign or to contest this vote of confidence, which ultimately would result in him being ousted from power. But I think Imran Khan has realized that obviously as a politician he would still have life even after he is no longer the prime minister of the country, and he is charting a course for the future. And talking about this foreign funded conspiracy is also a step in that direction. He is obviously going to keep on blaming the politicians he now called thieves. He is going to call them traitors for being part of a conspiracy.
No, but what is this conspiracy? Omar, what is this conspiracy? We keep hearing about this letter. Some ambassador in the US wrote a letter. There's some foreign conspiracy. What is this conspiracy?
No, Imran Khan is yet to substantiate what actually the conspiracy is, if there is any. But I think he's going to peddle this narrative in the coming days, and more so when he is no longer the prime minister of the country. I think he would be talking about this more openly and bringing this into public domain. It's going to be election season, so obviously he would try to draw as much political mileage out of it.
I remember 5 years
talking
ago
about
when Nawaz Sharif was in the last few months of his prime ministership, he was also crying, foreign conspiracy to oust him. Ultimately, he got ousted by a court of law because of corruption charges which he could not defend. And look what has happened to him for the last 4 years. He's literally living in exile. Far away from Pakistan. But I want to go back to the ambassadors with another specific point. All of this is happening, of course, across the border in Pakistan. What does it mean for India and ties between Islamabad and New Delhi? Now, what does Imran's imminent exit mean for ties between both countries? Now, it's unlikely to bring any radical change because, let's face it, even if a new government is put in place, that government's tenure will be just a little over a year. And that means the primary and fundamental job of this new government will be to prepare the country for elections. It is highly unlikely that any big breakthrough is likely to happen in Indo-Pak ties in the next 1 year. But let's look back at Imran's tenure itself. Back in 2018, in his victory speech, and there was a lot of hope that things would improve between Delhi and Islamabad, but in his victory speech, Imran Khan said that Kashmir is the core issue. This was on the day that he won in August of 2018. Then the next year, Pakistani terrorists killed 40 CRPF Jawans in Pulwama. This was in February 2019, just months before the Indian general election. India responded with airstrikes, the Balakot airstrikes on terror hideouts inside Pakistan. In response to that, Pakistan suspended bilateral trade and transport. This was, of course, 6 months later on the 5th of August 2019, when India abrogated Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan responded by recalling its High Commissioner, by suspending trade, as well as any kind of people-to-people movement. In his maiden speech at the United Nations, Imran Khan, without a shred of evidence, talked up a potential nuclear war between India and Pakistan. In 2020, ceasefire violations went to the highest level seen in the last 20 years. And this, remember, was a pandemic year. And despite that, the number of ceasefire violations were at a record high. So much so, between the last year and now, there has been a ceasefire that's been put in place, and it's largely holding. Last year, Imran Khan claimed that talks were not possible with India because of Mr. Modi's government's quote-unquote religious nationalism, as he put it. So I want to go back and ask the two ambassadors. Abdul Basit, I'll start with you. Is there any hope of any change in tone and tenor in ties between New Delhi and Islamabad, or is it going to be business as usual? Not least because the next government will just be, its priority is going to be to hold elections, and they'll not be bothered about making any big-ticket changes in their India policy.
Now, I agree with most of what you have just said. But, be fair with Imran Khan. He always went out of his way to reach out to India. He made many overtures, but unfortunately, it was India which went ahead with its illegal measures with regards to occupied Kashmir. And now we are facing that stalemate now almost more than 3 years now. So I don't think that a government which would come, whether elections are held this year or next year, they would be doing or reaching out to India in a dramatic way, because that would be politically untenable from their perspective. So my view is that as far as India-Pakistan relations are concerned, I do not see as to how the present stalemate can be broken. How can the two countries can come out of this situation unless and until India takes some steps in order to make that possible, because India has added more complexity to the relationship, more complexity to the Kashmir equation. Now it is for India to take
if
some
I may,
steps.
Was it also not helping the case that Imran Khan and GHQ were not exactly on the same page when it came to the India relationship? I mean, you look at that white paper, the National Defense paper that was put out last year, where it's clear that the generals, and certainly I'm sure this is General Bajwa's thinking as well, seem to think that the bigger threat for Pakistan is not from its western flank, not from India, but from its eastern flank, from Afghanistan. But look at some of the public pronouncements by Imran Khan. You would seem to think that the army and the political leadership were not on the same page, even when it comes to India policy.
No, as far as our desire to have a normal relations with India, that is there. There is no doubt about that. But the question is that no government or no stakeholder in Pakistan can brush aside the Kashmir dispute or put it on the back burner and and pretend that everything is as usual. I mean, business is as usual. This can't happen for a very long time. So what Prime Minister Imran Khan, I think, did post 5th August 2019, he kind of, respected the overall sentiment in Pakistan. And he came up with these strong measures in sync with what the people of Pakistan and what the people of Kashmir thought about.
Whether that will be tenable in a new dispensation, I don't know. We'll see. We'll wait and see. But just give me a moment, because we're getting another piece of breaking news, and this is again very interesting. This goes back to the letter that Imran Khan keeps talking about. He's been talking about it since Sunday, since that jalsa that happened on Sunday. The Chief Justice of the Islamabad High Court has now stopped Imran Khan from revealing the contents of this letter because the Chief Justice's contention is this is now under the Official Secrets Act, or the OSA, and therefore the contents of this letter cannot be made public. I want to go back and get a word in from Omar Altaf. Again, I mean, if the Chief Justice of the Islamabad High Court doesn't feel the need for this to be made public, then how does Imran Khan expect the people of Pakistan to take this letter seriously, this conspiracy seriously, to the point where he expects their sympathies will be with him and not with the opposition, who seem to have the numbers firmly on their side? Omar.
Actually, the Chief Justice himself is not aware of the contents of this letter because it hasn't been revealed to him. So it's just a preemptive step from the Chief Justice, just to remind the Prime Minister not to divulge anything which goes against the Official Secret Act. So I really am not sure what this judgment actually implies, because no one has seen this letter except for the Prime Minister, the security establishment, and members of the cabinet. So I just don't know how could the Chief Justice
explain this to me. He is facing the political fight of his life. He's wanting to play political victim. He's wanting to play political martyr. He says there is this letter, there is this big giant conspiracy to oust him, and yet he's not going to say what it is. A court has now barred him from saying what it is. So how does he expect to garner all that sympathy? How does it work politically?
No, what Prime Minister Imran Khan intends to do is he has called a in-camera session of the National Assembly, where he may put this letter before the parliamentarians, and there could be a discussion on this. Okay. And obviously, he needs to call the session of the National Security Committee and place this letter before the senior civil military leadership, and this should be discussed threadbare.
Is it becoming clear that this letter, this conspiracy, call it what you want, is merely a ruse, maybe an excuse to confront the reality? And the reality is the numbers are simply not with Imran Khan. Sushant.
Look, it's just another fraud which Imran Khan is playing upon his people. You know, it's like when Mr. Basit was in Delhi, he would be writing all sorts of nasty things about India, and somebody in Pakistan waves the memorandum which he sends to his ministry and says that, you know, there's a threat coming from India to Pakistan. The kind of letter which he's waving is as ridiculous as that. But I want to join issue on some things of which Mr. Basit said. You know, I think the Pakistanis need to disabuse themselves as though peace is something which is only in India's interest, not in Pakistan's interest. Now, if the kind of logic which Mr. Bansal is peddling out here, you don't want peace, who cares? You want, the stalemate doesn't hurt us. It doesn't affect us. What do you bring to the table anyway? So it doesn't make a difference to us, number one. Number two, for Mr. Basit to claim that Imran Khan took a lot of initiatives. Can he count out 3 initiatives that Imran Khan took which actually would improve relations between India and Pakistan? Can he name any 3? Like, just making a statement is not taking an initiative. It means nothing to nobody, because we've heard insincere statements coming out of Pakistan last 75 years. And they say one thing to us on our face, and then they backstab us the very next minute. We saw that in Kargil. We've seen that subsequently. So, you know, it's rather rich of Mr. Basit to try and mislead Indian audiences. And he thinks that everybody in India is clueless and doesn't know what the hell is happening between India and Pakistan.
I'll give him a chance to respond, Ambassador Basit. Yeah.
despite the fact that Balakot happened, we returned Abhinandan within 48 hours. Despite the fact that India went ahead with its illegal, unconstitutional measures with regards to occupied Kashmir, Pakistan went ahead with the Kartarpur corridor, and Pakistan is still maintained throughout the last 2-3 years that Pakistan is ready to talk to India provided this is done. So Pakistan, I think the Prime Minister Imran Khan government, in certain ways, in my view, went out of its way in order to pander to India.
Okay.
And many people in
I
Pakistan,
guess the view here in Delhi,
so.
Ambassador, is
So
slightly
I
different.
Think,
But Sushant, 10 seconds. I need to go to another piece of information also coming in.
Once again, we see insincerity from the Pakistani side. When Mr. Basit talks about Kartarpur, they did Kartarpur because they have been trying to incite the fires in Punjab and raise the Khalistani movement again. Enough evidence of that. So please don't give me this Kartarpur thing.
Okay.
Number two.
All right. No. One second. I also want to move on from the India-Pakistan bilateral equation to. I want to bring this to a larger story. And if it is Imran Khan's case that there is this giant U.S. conspiracy to oust his government or whatever. Let me just bring you up to speed with the bilateral relations that Imran Khan's government had with the United States and with China and with the US. Remember, the Pakistan is a major non-NATO ally. And could you believe it that Joe Biden has been president of the United States for the last over a year plus, and there has not even been a phone call between the president of the United States and the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Let's roll out that graphic. India and the United States in these last 4 years, there is a definite common threat, and that is an expansionist China. That's why India is today now formally a part of a quad alliance between Japan, United States, Australia, and of course India. There's also been huge defense cooperation, some very, very important agreements that have been signed over the last 4 years, some groundbreaking tectonic agreements that have been signed between India and the United States. Also, very critically, the bonhomie is not just about confronting an aggressive China. That is one part of it. There is defense strategy that is there as well. And now, in light of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, in private conversations, India has made it very clear to the United States why it abstained. And therefore, now what you're going to see over the next few years is the United States trying to help India reduce its dependence on Russia for military imports as well as spare parts. Now, on the other hand, if you look at what has happened between China and Pakistan, Pakistan has grown ever so close to China, particularly in the last 4 years. There is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, and the angling of interest is that there is a mighty neighbor called India. China has a vested interest in keeping India down, so does Pakistan, and therefore the China-Pakistan axis. It is also the strategy of Pakistan is to get economic assistance from China, $50 billion committed as part of CPEC, but many of those projects are still languishing. They still haven't seen the light of day, sometimes to the anger of the Chinese. The game plan is also to always constantly keep putting pressure on India from both sides, from the eastern side as well as from the western side, in a way that the prospect or the specter of two-front war, as it were, is always hanging over India's head. So let me ask Ambassador Sharad Sabharwal, is it odd to you that the major bilateral relations that Pakistan has, whether it's with India, whether it's with the United States, and even with countries like Saudi Arabia and the Gulf, have all plummeted in the last 4 years that Imran Khan has been Prime Minister? Ambassador Sabharwal.
That's true. Let me talk of India first. We have heard about the overtures made by him, but you don't make overtures, peace overtures on one side and terror attacks on the other. Pulwama was a very serious attack, and then came the Indian move, 5th August 2019, under the Indian Constitution, and a matter internal to India. And he had no effective answer to it. Instead, he painted himself into a corner by asking India to reverse that step. That's not going to happen, and that's not how you make peace overtures or you make the peace process forward. But that's one side of the story. So the relationship with India has remained fraught under him. The army leadership has shown some signs of tactical moves to calm things down with India. You spoke of the ceasefire, which came about as a result of back-channel contacts last year. But Imran was unable to take them forward politically. You know, the trade move that they made, move to import a few items from India, which he couldn't carry through in his cabinet. So that's the story with India. With the United States, his attempts to build a relationship with the Biden administration that goes beyond Afghanistan have failed so far. Yes, there was trouble with Saudi Arabia. That ground has been recovered a little bit, but there was a time when the Saudis recalled a loan that they had given to Pakistan. And then, of course, you know, Afghanistan, but that's a larger issue. Something that was seen as a victory for Pakistan, Taliban victory in Afghanistan, may turn out to be a Pyrrhic victory for Pakistan eventually because of differences. There are differences on the Durand line. There have been differences on action by the Taliban against the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. So aside from the economy, these are all areas important for Pakistan and for their security establishment.
So I'll give Ambassador Basit the final word. Doesn't it worry you that, you know, the only big country that you have good relations with today is China, and that again, I don't know, it's economic assistance. Like I said, you know, the Chinese also have concerns about some of these CPEC projects not taking off, security concerns around some of those projects. But with the United States of America, for a major non-NATO ally that Pakistan is, not even a phone call has come through from the new White House. Doesn't that worry you, Ambassador Basit?
No, it does worry me. And I think foreign policy has been the weakest point of this government. They have not been able to really put up a well-coordinated, well-knit show, and that does worry me. But I hope that whatever happens next would provide us an opportunity to revisit the drawing board and rejig our priorities according to our national interests and move on.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it at that. We'll see. Ultimately, politically, between tomorrow and Sunday or Monday at the very latest, you will get a definitive decision, at least politically, where the numbers are and whether Imran Khan is able to pull out a last-minute rabbit out of his hat and politically see through this no confidence motion. As things stand at this moment, that is highly, highly unlikely because the numbers are so much stacked up against him. Like I said, the opposition has 24 more MPs than they require for that halfway mark of 172. So we'll see. For a cricketer who believed in playing until the last ball, has he left it too late, at least in this political innings? We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll shift focus to Russia and Ukraine, and what a story there it's turning out to be, because 24 hours after the seeming thaw, there is simply no let-up in the attacks that are coming in from the Russian side, even in places like Kiev, where they had promised to substantially reduce military activity. Quick break. We'll see you on the other side. Ukraine is resistant because it has to change its constitution to ensure that there is neutrality. Number two, Ukraine wants written security guarantees from as many as 8 countries, the US, UK, and others, also regional powers. It wants written security guarantees that in the event that Ukraine were to be attacked, these countries will come to its defense. Also, the other big sticking point is the annexation of Crimea. Right now, Ukraine does not recognize the annexation of Crimea. What they have proposed is a 15-year negotiation process to see where the recognition of Crimea moves. And of course, the other contentious one is the recognition of the independence, the liberation, as the Russians call it, of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which is in the Donbass. I want to go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who is joining us from Lviv in Ukraine, in the western city. So the 6th round of talks in Istanbul producing some kind of a breakthrough, Russia agreeing to drastically reduce its military activity around Kiev and in Chernihiv. What has brought this about, and what would it mean on the ground over the next few days?
I wouldn't even begin to try to suspect what President Putin's intentions or mindset is as to why we're seeing this progress right now. But as you mentioned, it's been 6 rounds of talks. There has been progressively some progress made on these issues around mediation, this issue around neutrality. So we're seeing some of that appearing to bear fruit. And as you said, yes, the headline here is that both sides, Russia and Ukraine, saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon. And that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now, Russia, for its part, is offering 2 points, which they say will work towards de-escalation. The first is troop withdrawals, or drawing down their forces around Kyiv and around Chernihiv. And we understand from U.S. sources that they've seen visually that that's already starting to happen, that Russian battalions are already starting to pull back from those areas. And it comes after Russia had said the first phase of the operation was over and that they were now going to focus on the east of the country. So it follows along those lines. And then the second point the Russian mediators are offering is, again, this possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are, of course, the most significant progress, rather, that we've seen with negotiations since the start of this conflict. But it is by no
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. It's been 35 days since Russia launched its assault on Ukraine, and on Tuesday there was some signs of progress after the peace talks in Turkey, with Russia saying that they're going to significantly cut down military operations in Kiev and in Chernihiv. But today on the ground, that was not quite the case. There were repeated air raid alerts as well as bombings going off both on the outskirts of Kiev as well as in Chernihiv. The West is viewing Russia's promises with a great degree of skepticism.
The bombardments just won't stop. Even after perceived progress in peace talks in Turkey, the Russian delegation pledged to radically reduce from Kiev and Chernihiv.
Министерством обороны Российской Федерации в целях повышения взаимного доверия и создания необходимых условий для дальнейшего ведения переговоров.
An eerie silence hangs over Chernihiv, which was heavily shelled last night. Homes razed to the ground and memories buried under the rubble. The Russian mediator later clarified that a de-escalation does not mean a ceasefire, so it is not surprising that President Zelensky and the West are taking Russia's retreat promise with a pinch of salt.
Проте не варто втрачати пильність. Ситуація не стала легшою. Масштаб викликів не зменшився. Російська армія все ще має значний потенціал для продовження атак проти нашої держави. У них ще багато техніки і вистачає абсолютно безправних людей, яких вони можуть відправити в котел війни.
We'll see. I don't read anything into it until I see what their actions are. We'll see if they follow through on what they're suggesting.
The Kremlin, reacting to Ukraine's peace proposals, has said there is nothing promising there. Facing massive losses on the battlefield and unable to capture Kyiv, Russia is likely to shift its military strategy to focus on the eastern flank, specifically the Donbas regions of Donetsk and Luhansk. Meanwhile, the United Nations has estimated that 4 million Ukrainians have been displaced so far. But now, the bombs continue to fall and promises remain mere rhetoric.
All right, joining us now, Alexandra Matvichuk is the head of civil liberties in Ukraine. Gleb Makarovich is a Russian researcher. Gleb, I'll start with you first because yesterday there were commitments made by Russia. They would significantly reduce military action around Kiev and Chernihiv, but that's not the case. Overnight, there's been repeated bombardment, both on the outskirts of Kiev as well as Chernihiv. So are we not to believe what the Russian side committed to?
So, first of all, I'd like to say that there was no clear commitment, I would say, to achieve ceasefire, to declare ceasefire, and that is why reduction of attacks does not mean it's full stop. That is why I should say that we're not talking about commitments taken by Russia, but about commitments that should be taken by both sides. And
no, but yesterday the mediators did not say any conditions for why there will be reduced military action in Kiev as well as in Chernihiv. This was coming from the Russian side. But somehow on the ground, those commitments have not translated to reality.
So the commitment was to reduce attacks, yes, to reduce bombardments, whatever you call it. But we do not know the extent they were conducted. Those bombardment was conducted before, okay, and we are not sure what is the scale for now for today.
Alexander Matvichuk, the question though is, we heard President Zelensky speak to the Ukrainian people after this, saying that we are not naive to believe those who are still hell-bent on invading us. If that is how you're going to respond to a possible thaw, then how do we see that translate on the ground? I mean, commitments are going to remain just on paper.
So the commitment...
Alexandra Matvichuk, please. Yes. Thank you.
There is a very, very famous Russian proverb that agreement with Russia not even worth the paper they are signed on. But now we haven't even paper. It's imitation of negotiation. Putin planned to occupy Ukraine, and during all these months when this so-called negotiation is going on, Putin will not stop killing civilian population and shelling on peaceful Ukrainian cities. Putin
but
will go
the
to
reality is he's not able to hold on to cities like Kiev. He's not able to break through into cities like Kiev.
Yes, and that's why he provides this imitation of negotiation in order to have more time for make some military transmission and to go further and further, because he not refused from his plans. And
is it not apparent to you over the last few days? We've heard from Putin, we've heard from Sergei Shoigu, all of them suggesting that the Russians are now recalibrating. They are going back to their original goal, which is to liberate Donbass. They are not interested in Kiev or in Chernihiv or in other cities that are not in Donbass.
I really don't understand why you seriously perceive the words of liars, Russian politicians. Lavrov said officially during UN press conference that Russia is not attack Ukraine. When they bombarded Mariupol, Chernihiv, Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, when they are on the Ukrainian ground and they publicly invade the territory of independent state. Lavrov said that Russia is not attack Ukraine. So why we discuss it seriously? It's liars.
No, because ultimately the resolution to this war has to come through a ceasefire, has to come through a dialogue, and that's why I'm asking Greg as well. Gleb Makarevich. The question is, Gleb, that ultimately, isn't it also a fact that after 35 days of this war, Putin and his troops are not able to capture the big cities in Ukraine, whether it is Kiev, whether it is Kharkiv, whether it is Mariupol? Despite intense bombardment, these cities are holding out. They are not falling to Russia and to Russian troops.
I would like to refer to your own statement and point out the original goal of this operation, the liberation of Donbass. So that is why I think that for today, Russian military and Russian political leadership has not does not operate in the realms of capturing Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, or even Kharkiv.
So why were they
But,
attacking these cities then? Gleb, why were they attacking these cities for the last 1 month if the only intention is to liberate Donbass? You should be liberating Donbass. Why are you attacking Kiev and Kharkiv?
So, along with the liberation of Donbass, there are two other goals, including so-called demilitarization of Ukraine, which means dismantlement of Ukrainian armed forces. And there are Ukrainian forces located in Ukrainian cities. I mean,
so you are saying that over the last 30 days, you have dismantled the military capabilities of Ukraine in its major cities? That was the objective of the mission for the first month?
That was. We can speculate on objectives, on Russian military objectives.
So who is continuing to attack you if you've demilitarized Ukraine? Anyway, Alexandra, please respond.
I'm in Kiev. I don't know where is Gleb Makarevich is. Maybe I'm sure that he's in a safe place and he fulfills their function as a part of Russian military machine to propose and to share the Russian vision of this war. But I'm in Kiev for current moment. I spent weeks in bomb shelters because Russian deliberately targeted residential buildings, schools, kindergartens, hospitals in Kiev.
No, I want to ask you one thing, Alexandra. After the commitment made in Turkey yesterday of significantly cutting down military activity in Kiev, have you still heard bombardment through the day today?
Yes. I heard explosions. And sorry, it's very hard to be got used to the war. And once more, I want to say very important things. Russians, if you go even and read the Russian independent news media Meduza, they made a list of excuse why Russia invades Ukraine. And the so-called goal of demilitarization is only one reason. Another reason, what they produce like official reason for invasion, it was that Ukraine have a biological, some centers which created a special weapon, biological weapon. And
we
this
have
biological weapon is...
We have so far not seen evidence of any such biological labs. There is conspiracy theories, but we're not going to speculate in conspiracy theories. I'll give the final word to Gleb. Gleb, when will we see a ceasefire? The onus is clearly on Russia. Russia is the bigger military power. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine. So it's up to Russia now to say, when will you stop the hostilities?
So I think that the ceasefire will be achieved when Ukraine will agree on the following conditions. Ukraine must declare its neutral, non-bloc, and non-nuclear status. Then it should discuss with Russian counterparts the fate of Donbass and of Crimea. Despite the fact that Russia
I'm completely out of time. Gleb Makarevich and Alexandra Matkovich, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you both the very best of luck, and we hope that this war ends very quickly, because we can't afford to see more casualties, and particularly civilian casualties. That's a wrap. I'll catch you again tomorrow night, same time. Good night.